Hello and welcome everyone, Stormy Sensei here. It's Friday, and I've decided that we're going to be playing Star Rail tonight. Today was pretty important because this morning, like 5:30 in the morning, the official Honkai Star Rail YouTube video posted a live stream that went over a whole bunch of information for version 2.0. So there is a lot of stuff coming. I gotta do this. Double rewards. I think we'll go for this here. Because if we get the lightning set, then that's fine. We can use it for Serval eventually. But more importantly, we can get the armor set for main character.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Time to twirl! Time to twirl! Lance forward!
And the water bag is kind of useless.
Time to twirl!
They didn't even get a whole turn.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Time to twirl! Time to twirl!
I gotta just give them a little bit of direction because they won't ever use this, but they can do the rest of it.
Who's next? Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Time to twirl! This big diamond! It's all yours!
These are devils.
So what we're going for on Trailblazer is effect res and defense. Like we get our defense high enough and like a little bit of speed. Maybe not even a little bit, but like kind of like a lot of speed actually. That's perfect. We got speed and attack percent and crit rate. This is like perfect. I kind of want effect res as the final thing, or maybe HP percent, but that's otherwise like so amazing. And that's kind of nice because it's speed on the boots and HP percent, but I'd rather have defense there. Crit rate with attack and effect hit rate, that's kind of nice as well. Defense and effect res, not terrible. I'll go with that. HP, attack, speed, and effect hit rate, also good. That was actually like just a really good run right there.
Nice scratch. Time to twirl! Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Time to twirl! Flaming lance! Forward! Ever see a diamond this big? It's all yours!
I'm trying to get full over heal here.
I'm gonna hold everyone back again. Demons, depart! I'm on. Time to twirl! Who's next? Time to twirl! Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Time to twirl!
My field's gotten to a point where actually she takes more turns by using her basic attacks than using her skill. Her skill gives her the ability to skip her speed boost for 1 turn, but her basic attack gives her an action advance by like 20% or something like that. So in almost every scenario, it's better for me to, if I want to take more turns, it's better for me to basic attack.
Who's next? This big diamond! It's all yours!
Now, if I were to get like E4 Sheila, where my speed boost is stacked twice, which is probably never going to happen. Maybe like in 5 years or something like that. Oh, you can just kill them. This is such an unnecessary step here. Defense number and effect hit rate, so this is not good. Attack percent speed break effect, it's alright. Break effect I like, and attack I don't like because it's flat. Speed is kind of nice though. Defense and defense percent. Defense, attack, and crit damage. Defense. I could see this on March 7th. Let's go ahead and throw this around. Crit damage, nope, nope, nope. And I can do this one more time. This may as well try to get maybe a set for Sela. So I either want to go for Sela, Welt, or Hook. Let's see what we've got here. Sela's probably fine, right? That could be better, but like it's alright. I mean, it would be nice to get better gloves, but it has good substats. We just rolled 4 times into defense. Crit rate is unfortunately all that I can go for right now, but this is a pretty bad body though. Attack boots? I think I have speed boots lying around. Yeah. I think that this is better. Yeah, Sela's fine for now. It would be nice to get something for Welt. Speed is pretty nice. Effect hit rate, pretty nice. I think that you can get effect hit rate body. Is that true? Yeah, you can get effect hit rate body. But I think that this is fine as well. And speed boots. This is alright. Making sure that she doesn't. Well, actually, let me just double check here. She does have speed boots with break effect. How does that compare to Welt's speed boots? Defense and break effect. Defense and break effect. I could actually level these up and see if I get a better set. I should take a look at those. I hate that the buttons that you need to press are different depending on what menu you're in. So if I'm in this menu, I have to press R3 to lock it, but if I'm in the inventory, I press plus to lock it. But if I'm in the relic menu and I press plus, then it makes the comparison happen. And if I want to back out of it, I have to press plus again, but my instinct is to always press circle to back out of it, which means that I like leave the menu and then I have to go back to where I was. Yeah, it's very likely that I get something better than this if I do a fire set. So let's just do a fire set. Like it would be very unlikely for me to get something worse than what I already have. Or should I go for... I kind of also need to go for a healer set. This one's fine because I can maybe get something for Welt or something for Hook. Imaginary and Fire.
You can fight it, or rock with it! So you are afraid of me? Yeah! I can do this! I'll free you from your chains! Disappear among the sea of butterflies! Illusions of the past! Protect me! Protect me! I'm on guard! Who's next? I'll end your misery.
That's kind of broken because if you, I think, I'm not entirely sure about this, but if I kill one thing with a basic attack,
I can do this!
and then kill, it advances my next turn forward, and Resurgence is not like my next turn. So like I moved up a little bit there,
I'll end your misery.
and then I can move up again.
Who's next? What a headache.
So I can move up here, 40, 54, let's
I'll
actually do it
free
this
you
way.
from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies.
'Cause I get
Illusions
Resurgence
of the
here.
past. Who's next?
Now I
Pretty
went
good
from
crowd
42
today.
being my next action up to 23.
Keep up. Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it, or rock with it! Give me strength! I'm on guard. Lance ablaze! Lance forward! Don't mess with me! I'll end your misery. I'll free you from your... Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
That's a bit, that's sad.
Who's next? What a headache.
Don't you do it. Don't be, oh, you did it.
song's for you. Turn it up. That's it. Keep up. Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it. Or rock with it. Don't come any.
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all!
Don't mess with me. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Oh no, I didn't get anything. I mean, this is a good set-ish. I don't like the flat attack, but it's fine. Attack percent, nope, nothing good here. Crit rate and crit damage, but effect res. It just depends on if that rolls nicely. Attack, defense, and speed. Unlucky. Oop. That's a quest I don't necessarily want to do right now. Alright, let's do some of the quests I actually do want to do while I'm here. So, on the last stream, we
It's getting late. Where to now?
met with Ruan Mei, and she told us to go into the basement of the space station in order to deal with the critters that got loose down there. Turns out that the critters were actually the swarm that she was breeding. And then she left, and then Asa told us to come by and see her now that she's gone. Rich Know It. Invited People Breaker. You Already Know Me is Asta. So Rich Know is that a Richard Know-It-All? Hey there, DJ.
Harrider Newsflash. Good evening, Madame Herta fans. This is an urgent broadcast. The great Madame Herta, member 83 of the Genius Society, has been targeted in an attack at the space station. Her current whereabouts are unknown, with no group having stepped forward to claim responsibility. Many Heritors are upset at the ineptitude of upper management, having issued strong protest and condemnation.
Which doesn't really make that much sense. Herta is not actually Herta. Herta's a puppet that is remotely controlled by the real Herta from somewhere else. I wonder who People Breaker is. It's a new name in this group chat. No Herta here. There's normally a Herta there. No Herta here either.
Mr. Scrollum, this was a premeditated attack.
Conclusion: their target was the space station, but their strategies are still unknown to us.
That's right. Which is precisely why we need her. The last to lay eyes on Herta's puppet before the attack was her.
No, I didn't see her puppet there.
And you are?
This is Dr. Ratio of the Intelligentsia Guild, a delegate from the IPC.
She's only just woken up, dazed. She may need a few pointers.
Are we about to fight?
Ah, we cross paths again. Do you remember me? Of course. Why would you? Memory is such a fickle thing, after all.
Miss Trailblazer, you must have many questions. Please be patient. Aster will explain it all to you.
You probably know the gist of things already. A few system hours ago, one of Madame Herta's puppets was attacked by an unknown perpetrator. We don't know the location of the puppet, and we can't pinpoint its signal.
But like, doesn't matter, it's a puppet. Just disconnect from it and then connect to another one.
She's away on a visit. This issue didn't seem to trouble her much.
She received an invitation from the IPC before the attack occurred.
Ah, the technology department. Charming little place, isn't it? Madame Yabuli does possess some semblance of competence, but her subordinates? Oof. Oh, they're a riot. Brimming with enthusiasm, yet utterly devoid of intellect. It's as if evolution halted prematurely for them. They want to start some new collaborations with Herta, and have graciously extended an invite for me to play the role of science consultant. It's delightfully amusing. I can't wait to witness firsthand how these geniuses from the so-called Super Smart Club squander the IPC's vast resources. However, this attack was timed a little too well. I can't help but wonder if someone leaked this information, and the attackers seized the opportunity. Herta's aloof response to these juvenile provocations? Almost as intriguing.
Nah, that's just normal.
What a delightful little puzzle.
I've long heard that you're one of the best researchers in the guild, Dr. Ratio. We are honored to have your assistance.
Save your flattery. Time is hardly a luxury we can squander. To debate the merits of mere mortals in the company of an actual genius? Quite the paradox, if you ask me. Excuse me, you. Tell me, what were you doing the last time you saw that puppet? Don't play the fool. Think.
I think I was...
I was in the simulated universe with Ruan Mei.
Oh, right. I need your help with something else. That curio's gone missing, and I can't just forget about it. Go find it for me when you have the time. I'm sure you can manage that, can't you? Let me describe it again in case you forgot. It's alive, but it doesn't have a body. Send me a signal when you see traces of it.
I think she mentioned something important, but I can't remember.
Sounds like we need the assistance of Fuli.
If only there were some hints, then maybe...
Anyway, keep up the good work. I need to go out for a bit. Go ask Asta if you want someone to help you.
My memory's kind of hazy. What did I do after that? I think Herta mentioned Asta. That's right. I think I visited Asta.
Let me describe it again in case you forgot. It's alive, but send me a signal when you see traces.
I think she mentioned something. If only there were some hints.
Anyway, keep up the good work. I need to go out.
Hey, what brings you here, Rich? It's been so long.
I'm not that wonderful. I'm just okay.
It's all taken care of. As long as the money's there, it's all good.
Why did he call her rich?
Here's the account you asked for. It's legit and secure, allowing you to connect straight to the intranet.
Which is not allowed in this.
Sure.
show.
Can I help you with something?
Oh, you flatter me. I'm just a peddler doing a little business on the side. Small scale. Best left under the table. But if you ever make it big in the guild, don't forget your humble friend, okay?
I think Win Shikui is the guy that sells us stuff
Again?
using a
How many
Heridium.
times has it been? You're really pushing my buttons.
These two aren't making any sense. This is so weird.
It's because memories are fickle.
This is what I recall before I met Herta, but I can't remember some of the details. Let me try to remember the conversation with Asta.
A curio that's alive but doesn't have a body. Sorry, but nothing comes to mind. Maybe the researchers at the Departments of Ecology or Insight may have an idea? Hinkle and are around here somewhere. I'd suggest you ask them about it.
Asta seems to have mentioned two names. Two researchers from the Departments of Ecology and Insight.
I saw it. I saw that person disappear. They vanished right before my eyes.
What do we do?
Yeah, whatever. Just what the...
I'm gonna tell you something. Make sure you don't tell anyone.
Of course. My lips are sealed.
The multiple disappearances?
Seriously?
Shh! Why are you being so loud? Do you want to...
There's something mysterious going on here. Could have to do with the invisible swarm.
It's been so long and there's still no response.
There's something fishy going on. How come they haven't they're hiding something.
Those man... I say, what a wonderfully intelligent-looking young lady.
Well, she's the fashionable old lady.
All right. Just cut the pleasantries and tell me how it's going.
No need to be modest. At my age, you get a feel for intelligence. Though, I confess I did hear someone say you were the shining
I have faith in your abilities. So, how about my offer? Why not come with me after this?
See this material here? People are so inconsiderate. I'm not getting any younger, and my...
Sure thing. Anyway, keep your eyes peeled. I'll be...
It's happening again. The words in my memory are all jumbled.
Those despicable villains are distorting the truth online. Ugh. If I discover who's behind this, they're gonna wish they'd never crossed me. A curio that's alive but doesn't have a body? Isn't that just a jinx? Oh, nowadays people call them wubbaboos?
Oh, wubbaboos.
Well, I might be the Department of Ecology head, but I'm not the most knowledgeable person when it comes to curios. Adler would be of more help, but he's been investigating some paranormal phenomena. I must say, it's a little embarrassing for the space station to be in such We've been through a huge crisis and are still recovering. But their people are growing more and more distrustful of the management here. It's... Never mind, I shouldn't be telling you this. It's something that we researchers need to resolve
Adler. Right. Then I ran into Arlen. Adler was with him. It was at...
I saw...
What?
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you
Of course.
the multiple.
Serious?
I say...
All right.
No need, though.
I have...
Adler was with Arlen. They were involved in some...
This is like
What?
very Inception-like.
He went to the scene alone with Peppy? How could you let him?
Calm down, Brother Arlen. I know you're upset.
We're walking the dog.
We're having a walk.
Oh, interesting. You know the first three things that he said? I said, when Dr. Ratio said what was the last time you did before you saw the puppet, the options were probably on some errand with Herta, Asta was complaining about something to me, and we were going for a walk with Peppy, or with Arlen and Peppy.
Like I said, we're walking the dog. Walking the dog.
So I'm the dog?
They seem to be hiding something.
Is there something you need?
Oh, really? What a coincidence. We're looking for him, too. That kid sure is brave, running straight to the scene on his own.
Adler, I think, is the little kid. He can speak to Wubbaboos. He's a young researcher.
No danger. Of course he's not in danger. Brother Arlen, I can't keep...
Can you leave the talking? Let's walk and talk. Why are you looking for Adler?
Yeah, Adler's
A
normally
lost
right here.
curio. I see. He'll be able to help.
Oh, I'm not allowed to swap characters here.
Careful. The fragmentum in this area is very unstable.
Keep up!
What a headache. I can do this! Give me strength! Not a scratch. So you are afraid of me. Yeah! I'll end your misery. A sharp scythe needs targets.
Yeah, see?
Over there! As I
Please,
thought,
what
he's in
happened?
trouble. Let's go!
Here to crash the party? Turn it up!
Lance ablaze! Lance forward! I'll end your misery. Not a scratch. Protect me! Protect me!
I'm on guard.
Don't mess with me. Yeah!
This song's for you. Keep up!
I'm scared.
Stay put.
Turn it up!
What a headache. Give me strength.
Pretty good crowd today. Keep up!
Don't mess with me. Who's next? Not a scratch. Yeah!
Get them.
Turn it up! This song's for you. Keep up!
I'm gonna hold everyone back again. Protect me. Protect me.
These are devils. I'll crush them all.
Lance ablaze. Lance forward.
Everyone.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it!
I'll free you from your chains.
3,000.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
18,000.
Turn it up!
What a headache.
Just a basic attack. She does more damage
Stay
than
put.
multiple ultimates. Those are multiple at least.
Peppy, are you okay?
Although she does more than 5 times the damage, so yeah.
That's me. What's up? She wants to ask you something about curios.
Yeah, that's obvious.
I'll leave you to it. Adler, Peppy's in your hands now. Oh, about that investigation I asked for.
Don't worry. I think I figured something out. Catch you later.
I figured you'd come to me to uncover the truth.
Yep.
I'm sorry. The situation is very delicate. I can't say anything except that it's a secret mission.
Oh, come on, Arlen. You can trust me.
Just as I thought, I vaguely remember that Arlen said more. It's related to the thing I forgot.
Which curio do you want to know about? That's all you got? Well, there's beauty in the abstract. Have you asked the Department of Ecology? Huh, she's not wrong.
Huh? What did I...
Huh. Now that you mention it, let's call it a day. Wait for me.
Adler seems to have gotten a lead, but... what was the information I forgot? And from whom?
I watched Pomni and the Digital Circus. It was so good. Is that a movie? Is that an anime? What is that?
Let's go over it from the start. I may have overlooked something. Oh, right. Asta mentioned another name. My memories of Arlen and Adler are hazy. I need to remember the other person Asta mentioned.
It's a pilot episode, 25 minutes long on YouTube. Interesting. A pilot episode on YouTube. I've seen some things that are like that. Like, there, back when YouTube was trying to promote like YouTube Red, which was like which is now just YouTube Premium or YouTube TV. They used to like go to content creators and try to get them to come up with like TV shows that they could put exclusively on YouTube. And I saw a couple of ads for them, and usually they're a couple like, you usually could watch the first episode for free on YouTube. I remember thinking, man, this looks really interesting. I'll watch this one day, and I never do. I remember YouTube gaming. I also remember YouTube gaming, but I also remember that it like just wasn't even as good as just regular YouTube. Like if you want to like watch a video game, I guess it's different for me, I guess, because I only watch video games mostly on YouTube and video game content. Almost entirely just video game content. So maybe my YouTube feed just looks normal, or normally already has all the video games that I want on it. So I didn't really like YouTube gaming because it was just like, it looked funky. Everything was too smushed together, like I was over on Twitch or something. So now I'm allowed to like jump around between the three memories, it looks like.
A curio that's alive but doesn't have a... How's it going? Did you find the information you're after? I see. Is that what Hinkle and think? At least that counts as a lead. See? My researchers are pretty outstanding. Anxious, me? Is it that obvious? After the Legion's invasion, the space station has been under constant scrutiny. Physical damage can be easily repaired, but it takes a long time to heal the wounds in people's hearts. Some researchers have been questioning the management and security of the space station ever since the invasion. Things had settled down a bit with the reconstruction efforts, but the researchers' disappearances have rattled them again. Yes, 4 researchers have inexplicably disappeared in a matter of days. No exit logs, no traces. vanished. People were just starting to regain their footing after the catastrophe. I didn't want panic to spread, so I suppressed the reports and told the security department to investigate in secret.
That's the thing that Arlen's gonna talk about.
However, as you can see, it's hard to keep secrets in a sardine can like this.
Hey there, Latopia.
Rebuilding trust is harder than establishing it in the first place. I'm concerned someone's pulling strings to sway public opinion. Anyway, the most important thing is to get to the bottom of the disappearances. That's okay, but thank you for the offer. Aren't you helping Madame Herta with something already? Oh, by the way, I heard about the thing mentioned, and I'll look into it too. I'll find a way to solve the problem for the space station.
So I did consult someone else other than Hinkle. The only thing I remember is that they're from the Department of Insight.
Is this person?
The other person should be from the Department of Insight. I need to remember who it is.
I say, what a...
All right.
No need to be modest, though I confess.
I have faith.
See this I'm not getting it.
Sure thing.
It's happening. Time to carefully recall. The other person should be from the Department of Insight.
These two.
Identifying that person is crucial. It could be the key to making sense of everything.
It's this one here, Emily. Emily was actually the one talking with the old lady, and this guy is talking to the other guy.
Hey, what brings you here, Rich? It's all taken care of. Here's the account you asked.
Sure.
Oh, small scale.
Again?
Here too. Did my memory piece together irrelevant information? Now I remember. The other person is Emily. She was at the base zone. What did Emily say? The Xianzhou species Emily mentioned seems to be what inspired...
It didn't even. It just assumed that I did everything in the right order.
I say, what a...
I'm not that wonderful. I'm just okay.
No need to be modest. At my age, you get a feel, though I confess I did hear someone's...
Sure.
See this material here? People are so inconsiderate. I'm not getting any younger. And
Again? How many times has it been? Here.
oh, another smart-looking youngster. Wonderful. It's about time we had some...
Asta told you to find me? A curio that doesn't have a body. However, I've heard of such a species. A colleague who came back from a business trip said that the Xianzhou Alliance has life forms like that. Don't get me wrong. I was merely relaying information. I didn't mean I'd help you. The atmosphere on the space station has been getting stranger.
The Xianzhou species Emily mentioned seems to be what inspired Adler. The disappearances Asta mentioned are likely related to Arlen's investigations too. Now I should be able to tie everything together.
Hey, what brings you here, Rich? It's been so long.
All right. Just cut the pleasantries and tell me how it's going.
It's all taken care of. As long as the money's there, it's all good. Here's the account you asked for. It's legit and secure, allowing you to connect straight to the intranet.
I have faith in your abilities. So, how about my offer? Why not come with me after this is done?
Oh, You flatter me. I'm just a peddler doing a little business on the side. Small scale. Best left under the table. But if you ever make it big in the guild, don't forget your humble friend, okay?
Sure thing. Anyway, keep your eyes peeled. I'll be bringing you something big soon.
The Xianzhou species Emily mentions.
I figured you'd come to me to I'm sorry.
Just as I thought.
I'm sorry. The situation is... How did you know? I see. Could you also tell that Lady asked... I'll be honest with you. It's been tough. The surveillance didn't capture anything regarding the researcher's disappearance. There's only one clue. Adler observed that the automatic fire suppression system was momentarily activated around the time the disappearances occurred. That means that every victim's disappearance was accompanied by some inexplicable fire. When we made visits to the scenes, some of the witness testimony seemed to agree with this. The words they used were spontaneous combustion of the human body.
I think I missed something. I need to think.
Let me describe it again and send me a signal when you see traces of...
I think she mentioned some. If only there were some.
Anyway, keep up the good work.
Oh, okay. I thought that I'd be able to
The
fill
Xianzhou species Emily mentioned.
So I guess I still don't have quite enough.
Have you asked the Department of... She's...
Huh?
She's not... Ah, that's right! They're called Heliobi.
Oh, yeah.
I guess you
Heliobi.
could say that Wubbaboos and Heliobi are sort of like cousins. Both
What's
are
the thing
types of
that's
energy life
possessing
form.
Qualco's tail?
Huh. Now that you mention it,
And
I
that
have a
would explain
wild
why they're on
hypothesis.
fire.
But it needs verifying. Let's call it a day. Wait for me. I'll be in touch.
Spontaneous combustion of the human body. That is most likely the truth.
So let me
Let
switch
me
to
remember my
Qualco
initial
here.
conversation with Herta, just in case.
So you see her tail here is like not a tail, but rather it's like flames, and it's got these talismans on it. Let me see if she'll do her. Idle animation. I think I can. Oh. I was going to open up the menu and put in camera mode, but oh, there it is.
Help! Someone help me!
Yeah, so her tail is actually a heliobus because it was, so according to her own story, if I go into here and then go down to information, yeah, so read on the right hand side, young foxing girl possessed by a heliobus. And if I go to the story, apparently it was a an ancient like demon that, you know, so I think it's a spirit that died and it wandered around forever, but like it was too proud to possess anything, so it kind of just like went about not tethered to anything in particular. But then after decades or centuries, because it's, you know, Xianzhou, so they're all like really long periods of time. So it was running out of energy and was about to die. And it was on the side of the road. And Ho-Ho, as a small girl, you know, wandered up to it and, you know, tried to keep it alive. Let's see if I can find it. Oh yeah, so this is the past, right? So eons ago, Heliobas named Ignamar was defeated by a Luofu general, fragmented in numerous shards, and then it was sealed in the creation furnace, that same thing that we had to turn off right after we fought the super deer. Right when we found out that, what's it called? Fantilla was behind everything on the Luofu. This particular shard escaped, and he represents the arrogant side of Ignamar, and wouldn't condescend to possessing anything, living as a vagabond for centuries until Ho-Ho chanced upon him in utter exhaustion. And I think that this part here, yeah. So Hanya was a judge from the Ten Lords Commission, and she got a call saying that there was a little girl that was on fire on the side of the road, and so Hanya went over to check it out. And there it goes, on the roadside. Tell me, little girl, why did you come across the fire? It was on the roadside, I was about to extinguish, I wanted to help it. So you put it on your tail? Why'd you do that? And it was like, I don't know, it just kind of happened so fast. So Hanya, who is another character that you can play as, realized that she wouldn't be able to take out the Heliobas without killing Ho-Ho. So she just sealed it off in her tail so that he wouldn't possess the rest of her body. And just to show you Hanya, this is Hanya, one of the Ten Lords Commission judges. So yeah, I don't know why I didn't think that it was a Heliobas to begin with, because spontaneous combustion,
I need to go over it
disappearing
from
in the
the
middle
start.
of nowhere.
Starting with the conversation I had.
Heather Wobster. Dr. Ratio, yep, that's his name. She's named after Ho-Oh.
Let me describe it again in case you forgot. It's alive, but it doesn't have a body. Send me a signal when you see traces.
I think she mentioned something important. If only there were some...
Let me describe it again in case... Send me a signal when you see traces of it. That's not the point. I wouldn't be bothering with it if it didn't have something to do with the Genius Society. Anyway, keep up the good work. I need to go out for a bit. Go ask Asta if you want someone to help you.
Back to the present, now that we're done Inception. Just traveling through my past memories.
I commend your stamina for recounting that interminable tale. You must be exhausted. My ears certainly are. So, to sum it up, the last time you laid eyes on Herta was in her office. She sent you on a wild goose chase for some trinket, the curio. After which you knew nothing else until Lady Asta contacted you. If that's the narrative you're sticking to, then indulge me. Who, pray tell, can substantiate this captivating drama?
Asta, Arlen...
A second-hand account. She wasn't at the scene. Hearsay hardly counts as compelling evidence, now does it?
Affirmation. We can ask Herta herself.
Well, if you lace up those boots and start sprinting now, you might just catch the IPC shuttle in 4 system hours. But as it stands, not a single soul can corroborate her story.
Mr. Ratio, your style of questioning would seem to have a preconceived bias.
Apologies, it's an unfortunate habit of mine. When one is immersed in academic research, skepticism comes far more naturally than belief. It is also the most efficient method, judging from my experience. Seeking answers with a negative hypothesis in mind is still valid research. It can still help us reach the truth. If she is truly innocent, she can clear her name with answers. Based on your story, you met with Herta because she specifically wanted you for an assignment.
Yes.
And the assignment involves a curio that doesn't even have a name.
Yes.
Herta's collection. An endless trove of trinkets and baubles. And yet, she singles out one nameless ordinary curio? It's hard for me to imagine she would treasure one curio so much.
Sure, but you're the one saying the curio in question is ordinary.
Say what you want to
A correct observation.
Herta's collection. An endless trove of trinkets and baubles. And yet, she singles out one nameless
The curio isn't the point. Herta was only addressing it because of its relation to the Genius Society.
I would imagine the curio is the creation of a genius. Affirmation. It holds some special meaning to Herta.
Objection. Yeah, this is pretty much Phoenix, right?
Yes. That seems logically sound. Then you said you asked Asta for help with the lost curio. However, she decided to hold her tongue until now?
I mean, I kind of want to do this right now.
Mr. Ratio, it's because...
I'm asking her, lady. Your testimony went out the window the second you started. However, she decided to hold her tongue until now?
I remember now. Back then...
That's enough pretending. However, she decided to hold her tongue. So what's the story? Are you full of fanciful fiction? Or is Asta the one hoarding secrets like they're going out of style?
Conjecture. Asta chose to stay silent.
Then you said you asked Asta for help with... However, So what's the story? Are you full of fanciful fiction? Or is...
The space station has been very distrustful of its higher management ever since the Antimatter Legion's invasion. Another severe incident would further intensify suspicion and cause great internal strife.
Oh. So that explains why Lady Asta approved of my participation. After all, the Intelligentsia Guild's representative wouldn't be linked to the space station, but would still share the IPC's position. They wouldn't be partial to anyone, but would still act for the space station's benefit. 2 birds with 1 stone. Researchers' disappearances, you say? Yes, I've heard the responsibility of sorting out that mess has been thrust upon Arlen, head of the security department. Clearly, though, it bears no connection to Herta's puppet being attacked. Cut the act. You're perfectly aware of the point I'm making. Clearly, though, it bears no connection to Herta's puppet being attacked. Cut the act. You're perfectly...
Correction. There may be...
Researchers' disappearances, you say?
That actually does make sense.
Yes, I've heard the responsibility of sorting out that... Clearly, though, it bears no connection to Herta's puppet being...
No, If I recall correctly, Asta said one of Madame Herta's puppets was attacked by an unknown perpetrator. We
can't
don't know
pinpoint
the
the signal
location
because
of
it
the
went up in
puppet, and we
flames.
can't pinpoint its signal. Don't know the location. Isn't that the same as missing?
She did say that, but then what? You need to provide evidence to show incidents are linked.
There should be evidence. Arlen discovered something odd when he was investigating the disappearances. The space station's automatic fire suppression system was momentarily activated around the time the disappearances happened. Arlen mentioned that each victim disappeared due to spontaneous combustion.
Huh. But there are no signs of a fire anywhere in the space station.
That's what's so odd about it. But this information has an additional layer of importance. This may not be direct evidence, but if the system also recorded the fire suppression system activating when the puppet was attacked, then there's ample evidence to indicate that these two cases are linked.
If these two incidents were caused by the same person, then the suspicion put on you would decrease, provided that this fire suppression record does exist in the system.
We'll see in the main control room. Let's go. Huh? What was that?
Harrider Newsflash. This is an urgent broadcast. I repeat, this is an urgent broadcast. News has finally emerged regarding the attack on Madame Herta. The Annihilation Gang has claimed responsibility for the incident and warned of further activity. The Guild has expressed utmost condemnation.
The gods of the starry skies have abandoned the world. They give no thought to the masses.
This guy.
Only the wounded savior can bathe the world in the firelight of destruction. Yet always there are cowards trying in vain to reject their favor and escape the wounds. Flee then. Flee as far as you can. No matter the distance, annihilation will find you.
Pika, since you're a moderator, you should actually be able to post the link in chat as well. Unless it's just easier for you to put it in Discord. That's the Annihilation Gang. There was a YouTube video about the 5 of them, I think, or is it the 4 of them, that came out like last week.
This is...
A declaration of war, and an announcement of what's to come. They have set their sights on you. The Legion's impact remains, and the Annihilation Gang is already paying a visit. It almost seems like this space station is more suited for the path of destruction than erudition.
This Duke Inferno Ifrit is a
Duke
life
Inferno,
form
that's
that
his
hails
name.
from Fatora, a world long since destroyed. His race, the ever-burning fire demons, regard Nanook as their emperor and savior, but the Eon has never cast their gaze upon them.
A group of pitiful lunatics. I like Dr. Primitive's assessment of them. The value Nanook sees in the Annihilation Gang is perhaps far less than one might see in a child who deliberately broke a vase. The fire demons have a cruel temper and instinctively ignite and destroy items. Ifrit is particularly evil and cruel, even among his kin. The Everflame mansion he heads is even the arch-enemy of the Japella Brotherhood, despite both groups belonging to the Annihilation Gang.
Japella Brotherhood.
Japella Brotherhood? I've heard that name somewhere.
On the Stellaron Hunters wanted posters, they stand accused of inciting the Japella Rebellion, the uprising that caused the downfall of the Brotherhood.
The Japella Palace crumbled in the scorching flames, and Ifrit's power has grown by the day ever since.
There was also...
Would you believe it would be merely a
Sam as one of
coincidence?
the Stellaron Hunters.
Something similar
going to
is
be
about
in
to happen
2.0.
here. Spontaneous combustion? For him, it's as routine
He
as
seems
me
to also
finding
be
fault in
one of the
everything.
ever-burning demons.
The disappearance of researchers and the puppet were all part of the plan. And after that, that video will soon circulate. And this station's fate? Flames. Nothing but flames.
The destruction of trust.
I'm afraid more than trust will be destroyed here. You need to start acting now if you want to survive. You, come with me.
Just me? Why not everyone?
You have a superior strategy? Pray tell, do we set the two of them loose, turning whispered fears into full-blown pandemonium?
If we did that, we'd be at a disadvantage. I'll stay here and try to contain the news as best I can. Please, investigate the issue quickly.
This Duke Inferno Ifrit is a life form that hails from Fatora, a world long...
If we did that, we'd be at a disadvantage.
So they say something new.
Is that all?
Oh, this is that room. Okay, I'm glad. I've been trying to get to this room since forever, but it's like always been locked. Which means I now have every treasure chest in this area.
It's getting late. Where to now?
You better be good.
Not good. This is serious. The security department will do whatever we can to help you.
A list of the missing researchers and their details.
Sure, but the security department already combed through their backgrounds and personal relationships. We didn't find anything odd. The Annihilation Gang are a group of die-hard thugs. They might be attacking indiscriminately.
A list of the missing researchers and their details.
I'm actually with Dr. Ratio on this one.
Okay.
Like, we'll give you anything you need, and you ask specifically for the
these
thing.
names.
And
Find
they
a
say,
friend
I don't
who's
think you
tuned
need that.
into the gossip around here and tell them you want to know the relationship between these people. I don't know. That depends on your friend.
This is Miss Know-It-All, I think. One thing that I'll say before we like keep on going for too long is, as much as the destruction is supposed to be like, they're supposed to be the bad guys, they're always the reason that something is going wrong, I kind of like that they just don't only destroy things physically. Like, they're committed to destruction of systems. Like, they didn't attack the Xianshou Lafu by attacking it. They sowed like insurrection among the Sanctus Medicus people and gave them a Stellaron so that they could destroy themselves from within. And likewise here on the space station, they did also try to literally destroy the space station, but when they failed to do that, they like are just doing these many little terrorist-like attacks to cause people to dislike the authorities and then rise up rebellions and like destroy the system from within. Like, one thing this game does very well is it really makes you think about what it really means to be on a path, like being on the path of destruction, being on the path of preservation, or being on the path of remembrance or abundance and things like that. Like, they always take everything to such extremes in these games. So it's like, well done to the writers for all of this.
What else do you need me to do?
Take me to the one who knows the most about curios within the Department of Ecology, if you would be so kind.
He disappeared too.
No.
I didn't really notice at first. Adler's difficult to get a hold of at the best of times. But it's been a few system hours, and I still can't reach him. Even the surveillance cameras can't find any trace. The last time I saw him was in the Master Control Zone. He was with Wen Sherling from the Department of Implement Arts.
Lead the way. You said Adler was on the verge of a discovery, yet couldn't confer his knowledge. Intriguing and frustrating, to say the least. If his disappearance is also related to the case here, then maybe he really did stumble upon something important.
True. The key words that got Adler thinking were energy, life forms. Duke Inferno is also an energy life form. Coincidence?
Maybe you should say that out loud.
We need to investigate this.
To get everyone else thinking. I wonder if I'm missing a little bit of context from not having done future markets or having done Foxy and Haunt.
Disappear. I don't ever want to see your face again. Adler, he disappeared. He's been acting really weird recently. Always researching stuff like spontaneous combustion, supernatural activities. He doesn't even answer me when I speak to him. He was talking to himself.
He sounds like he was already possessed by Heliobus.
What did he talk about?
He kept saying the word phrase.
Phrase.
Who said I want him back? But if you want to find him, he was reading this booklet the last time I saw him. I don't know exactly what he's searching for, but I hope it can help you.
Interesting. So, they were all vocal against the current establishment. So then targeting them makes it look like the establishment is even more corrupt. I mean, it's not corrupt at all, but it makes it look even more corrupt.
Your countenance suggests tragedy. So the researchers who disappeared were at the forefront of challenging management. Isn't that a curious puzzle piece? I finished browsing through this booklet while you were replying to messages. It recorded the lives of a few Genius Society members. I'd say it contains some interesting information. It's time to go back and chat with Lady Asta and Mr. Screw'em.
The phases instead of phrases. So she just misheard him. There's one thing that I'm curious about, though. She's here, who, the big shot. Are they trying to say that Ifrit is female, or... No, because Bill is a different person that... I think the she's here, the big shot is Ruan Mei, maybe? Either that or Herta. Because Bill is a different person that is just actually brought into the group chat. The message, and it had nothing to do with maybe what Rich was saying. We'll see. We also do need to do polls at some point today. I'm kind of hoping that we get Stellar Jade for doing this mission, though.
You're back. I've been monitoring the dark web. I barely managed to stop the video from spreading. The incident hasn't grown any bigger, for now.
Hey there, Cheesy.
How are things with you?
Less than promising. Or to use a different phrase, we're in deep trouble. We're running out of time. Let's retrace our steps and evaluate the situation. From the data we've collected, there are 3 avenues we can explore. First, Adler's disappearance. He must have come across some vital information.
Adler also.
Yep, Adler went
You think that Adler's discovery drew the enemy's attention?
Indeed, and I already know what he found. First, Adler's the next angle is what the victims have in common. Distasteful as that discussion may be.
Distasteful discussion?
A mere glance at their background would indicate they, however, after browsing through their online records, you discover Lady Asta must know. The next angle is what the victims have in common. Last, is the abilities of Duke Inferno and the secret of spontaneous human combustion. You probably already know about this. The fire demon of Fatora, the Duke of the Annihilation Gang. Last is the abilities of Duke Inferno and the secret of spontaneous human combustion. During prior unrest, instigated by the Everflame Mansion, some testified to seeing miscreants materialize from the Inferno. The flickering tongues of Duke Inferno's fire carrying a certain property, and this property is the secret behind spontaneous human combustion. Look, the answer is right there. This booklet describes a kind of fire that can phase through dimensions, claiming it burns through worlds, leaving numerous scions of flame behind.
It's the Phase Flame, the creation of member number 29, Sir Kal. She was an amazing genius. Intelligent, kind, and humble. However, she lived for a mere 29 days on the human calendar. Such a pity.
How did she just make the phase flame at 29 days old?
The Phase Flame shifted into a different phase as soon as it was created. When it returned to this phase, Sir Kal had already passed away. It then continued to shift through phases, making its capture impossible.
Did I read that right? Did she die, or did the phase flame last only 29
This booklet describes a kind of fire that can phase through. The kindling of this unique flame must be the missing curio that Hurt has been searching for, and Duke Inferno is evidently spawned from it. I fear that this is the truth Adler discovered. This booklet describes a kind of fire that can... The kindling of this unique...
Somebody was once able to glimpse the traces of the Phase Flame and obtained a wisp of its kindling. Herta kept it and lent it to Ruan Mei for her research, but the kindling was lost in the process. If Ifrit is a scion of the Phase Flame, then the entire incident is now clear as day.
The kindling of this unique... I fear that this is the truth. Undoubtedly, the curio Herta asked to find was... And Adler already discovered the relationship between spontaneous human combustion and the fate... I fear that this is the truth Adler discovered. When Schurling said, Adler kept muttering about a phrase before he disappeared. I believe this word was actually phase. He saw member 29 Sir Kal's research topic in this booklet and verified his hypothesis. As a scion of the Phase Flame, Duke Inferno would naturally share similar capabilities. Full-on phase shifting may be a bit too ambitious for him, but teleportation, that's likely more his speed.
Oh, okay, yeah, so the spontaneous flames coming into place is actually teleportation. Teleports in, grabs and teleports out, kind of like Nightcrawler in X2.
That is the truth of the spontaneous human combustion. The researchers didn't disappear. They were moved. We don't know where the victims went, but Duke Inferno's plan is now clear. And the sudden and consecutive disappearances provided the best environment for chaos to fester. Once the seed of unrest has sprouted, he will then send out an announcement for an imminent attack. It will push the crisis from the dark into the light, catalyzing it into new growth and bloom. The next step would be to ignite the spark, Look at those researchers who disappeared. What would happen if someone realized their similarities? I need say no more.
It was all a premeditated trap to stir up chaos on the space station.
We're running out of time.
You must really be a genius, because I am not following this plot at all. You might have missed a little bit in the beginning, but it somewhat makes sense. Like, I think that the introduction of Duke Inferno made things a little more complicated, because they had to like kind of explain even who he is and what he is. But basically, they just want to destroy the space station, but not like the physical spot, but like they want to destroy the civilization, I guess, of the space station. Yeah, the missing researchers are all opinion leaders on the space station's dark web. Just got the file from next door. Smell a conspiracy, so like they're just inciting unrest among the researchers. The manager's much stepped down, yep, see?
This...
No, it isn't enough.
Indeed, it needs one more spark.
What do you mean?
If you limit your involvement to this, there's still room for excuses. If it were me, I wouldn't give you the chance.
Oh, so they're saying that...
Could it be?
Huh? What is it?
Now that Asta's out of the
Stay
picture.
calm. Asta was merely teleported. Her life was not in danger.
I mean, you don't know that.
Based on first-hand experience, I have ascertained that Ifrit's flame is simply a splinter of the primordial phase flame, lacking any phase shift ability. Logic. Asta is still within the confines of the space station.
That flame must still be somewhere inside the station. Find it, and we'll find a way to bring her back.
A splinter, you say? The arrogance of the gifted is charming in its own way. Try then if you must.
It seems that Duke Inferno didn't deign to personally grace the space station. He merely cast infernal fire into our midst to wreak havoc among the researchers. When the fire fizzles out, his malevolent plans will vanish without a trace.
I will head to Herta's office and activate the folded space in the curio storage room. With some changes to its parameters, I can use it to block the fire's teleportation routes and seal it inside the station. Mr. Ratio, please go with Miss Trailblazer and contain the fire.
Okay. Team must include Dr. Ratio. I can include my Dr. Ratio. My Dr. Ratio is level 3, I'm not including it. Although... Let's take Welt out for a spin. See how he does.
Infernal fire is also a form of energy life form. The imaging device will pick up its trace. Follow it.
So take a picture of it. What is that like? Oh, that's like Fatal Frame. They usually don't put destructible objects in treasure chests in these little areas anyway.
The way is awash with flames. It must have just teleported. Be careful. Get ready to dash into the fire. See? It's still in the space station. Like Skrullum said, it cannot escape from here.
That's less
Do you know what to do
impressive.
with cornered prey? Hunt it to the death.
That's why he's part of the hunt path. So we gotta block off teleportations, it looks like. I was hoping that we would like run into it and then it would just seamlessly transition us into another area. But it's not that kind of game. Like, it does still have loading screens as it goes between areas, so it's fine.
The fire is dying. This place is strange.
It's still resisting. The fold in the space has shifted. I can deduce its escape route with a mere glance.
Maybe we should just cut off all the escape routes and then confront it. That's just me, though.
Your answers?
I don't have anything to deal with that, but I don't really need to.
Test. Time for some hardship.
I can do this! Give me strength!
I'm asking questions.
So since they're imprisoned and slowed, there's more of a chance for these follow-ups to happen.
Answer me.
Now they have the vulnerability as well.
Your answers? Test. 0 points.
I mean, he's no Sela, but, you know, he's alright. Let's see how good the trial Dr. Ratio is. It's decent attack. Terrible crit damage, but fine crit rate. He doesn't have his signature light cone, as only silence remains. Pretty good trace spread. Oh, that's kind of cool. So you can substitute, or you don't have to necessarily go for as crazy a effect hit rate on your other characters. So he makes it more likely for your allies' debuffs to actually hit, and then he gains extra damage based off of those debuffs being there. I'll have to go that way, so let's go this way.
For the theater of the mediocre.
No. He got me. I tried to get them to attack at the same time.
I'm asking questions.
Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
Answer me. Time for some hardship.
SAS Perkibi. Knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
Alright, time to get lucky.
Yep.
Unlucky.
I can do this! Give me strength!
0 points. Your answers? Test. Fail.
Super unlucky.
Not a scratch.
I'm asking questions.
Answer me. 0 points.
Time for some hardship. But you know nothing of the survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
I can do this! Protect me! Protect me!
I'm on guard.
Test. Fail.
So, fun fact, the follow-up attack will never
Let's
hit
begin.
a dead enemy. So if you kill it with skill, then the follow-up attack will just hit someone else. And that actually counted as me using up a skill point too. So unfortunate. What I was trying to do was summon this guy here. I guess I didn't actually know how this works that well. So he makes a statue here. I didn't know that, I thought it would appear right in front of him, but it actually is quite a ways away. And then the enemies will aggro onto the statue. And then you can kind of just group them up together and hit them all out as one group. But instead I got ambushed twice. Here's that shiny ghastly that Pico was talking about.
This has nothing to do with you.
The flame is getting weaker. Duke Inferno can't
Make more
maintain it
statues,
anymore.
I might go into the what's it called for that? The character trial, because I only have 4 points left. But if I go to the character trial, I can do it as many times as I want.
SAS Perkibi. Knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
Don't come any
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all! Got the defense? Answer me. 0 points.
Time for some hardship.
Not, may as well like risk it. I can do it like that at least.
Lance at the ready.
I'm asking questions.
Test.
Hey there, Light Nido. I did see the 2.0 presentation today, and also goodbye. we've been to that port before. We haven't been to this one yet. So we just gotta figure out which portal to go through, I guess.
What is your goal?
Seems like this chase is about to end.
Do we have chalkboards growing up? And I actually don't really remember. I'm sure that we had chalkboards at my first school, like 1st through 3rd grade. I mean, as
For the theater of the mediocre.
what is that pose? I guess it's this. In kindergarten, there was nothing to put on a board because a bunch of 5-year-olds. Why are you telling them to read stuff off of a board? 1st through 3rd grade, if you probably had chalkboards, that sounds like a reasonable thing to have had.
Your answers? Answer me. SAS Perkibi. Knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood. Time for some hardship.
And then I went to a different school afterwards, and I don't really remember what I would have done at that point.
You know nothing of the survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Oh, Disco Bolus, that's what that pose was.
Got the defense? Test. 0 points.
Let's begin.
Yo.
I'm scared.
Scatter.
I feel like I don't fully understand Ratio's kit. Let me look at his skills real quick. Because I feel like he's supposed to get more follow-up attacks than what I'm seeing. Oh, actually, you know, he just actually is not as good as I thought he was. That's what it is. So he uses his ultimate, and then from then on, the next 2 times an ally hits that enemy, then he does a follow-up attack. And then when he uses his skill, then he also does a follow-up attack. But there's no other way of getting allies that just regularly attack enemies to also cause them to follow-up attack. Unless... Stack will count for the trace summation, increases by 4. 4 stacks of summation. What is that? Summation. When he uses a skill for every debuff, increases by 2%, damage by 5%, so they can stack up to 10 times with E1, which means his crit damage will go up to 50% and crit rate by 25%. It's kind of nice. And it also attains 4 when you start the battle. Combines in the details. Follow-up attack on the enemy for every debuff they have. Does extra damage. Okay. Up to 4 times, up to 80% extra damage for every follow-up attack. Extra energy, and increase the triggerable count for Wiseman Folly by 3. So then you would be able to actually do 3 follow-up attacks after your ultimate. Okay, so I mean he's still good, but I thought that he was even more broken than that. I thought that just random other allies doing attacks before him using ult would also cause him to do follow-ups. So usually he's only going to do like one follow-up per turn, and then he can also occasionally do...
For the theater of the mediocre.
It auto-targeted the destructible. I was going to do 2 extra ones. Oh well.
Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
Your answers? Answer me.
So you kind of want to have a debuffer. Like if I really wanted to have a team with Dr. Ratio, you don't want him to go first. You want him to go second. So like I would want to have Welt go first and cause those defense reductions and slows, and then have Dr. Ratio go afterwards.
I'm fine.
So now he has like 100% and 60% instead of this 40%.
Just 0 points.
Leave it to me.
I can do this.
Gotcha. Answer me.
He's definitely a lot better at defeating these bugs than Sela, because Sela only gets to do like 1 attack. But like pretty much every turn he gets to break a swarm, because if he does a follow-up attack, then that's 120 toughness break damage. And so that's just like a free break every time. Whereas Sela only gets to do skill, and then she has to wait for her next turn. But then if she ultimates and kills one of them, then she breaks one and then gets to kill another one and then another. So occasionally Sela gets usually Sela gets 1 turn, and sometimes she gets 3 turns, or 4 turns even.
It's over.
Just comparing the two.
Ignorant fools blindly chasing the firelight, not knowing that the blessings of destruction already lie at their feet. It is little wonder that even the descent of the Savior's Legion was unable to cleanse this place. I will acknowledge my brashness. For now. But next time, expect no intermediaries. I will come to personally offer you the demise of your sins with infernal fire.
A small fragment of consciousness in there is gone. Duke Inferno has discarded this fire. Oh? No. Hold on.
Why would you touch it? What? What's wrong with you? You deserve everything that happens to you, Bear.
The banal theatrics of stalling. Let's not, shall we?
Alright.
Don't come any closer.
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all!
You know nothing of the weight behind this power. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
SAS Percipi. Knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
Yeah, Welt plus ratio.
Answer me.
Leave it to me.
0 points.
I can do this. Protect me. Protect me.
I'm on guard. Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
Test. 0 points.
I'm scared.
Stay put. Get them.
Lance at the ready.
Answer me. Fail. SAS Perkibi. Knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
Let's begin.
0 points. I'm asking questions. Test. Fail.
Give me strength.
Leave it to me.
I probably could have denied their turn there if I wanted to. But it's fine.
I'm on guard.
Answer me.
So this is the extent of
Okay.
miscreants materializing from the Inferno. Seems like Dr. Primitive wasn't wrong.
You know nothing of the weight behind. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other
Like you
choice.
said, L plus ratio. Maybe there was some intentionality when the devs made them pair so well together. It would be such a waste to use an ult here. It's fine, I'm probably not going to take that much damage anyway.
Stand down.
Protect me! Protect me!
Answer me. 0 points.
Not a scratch.
Let's begin.
I'm gonna hold everyone back!
Get them.
The fire is weakening. It's preparing to flee. You, keep your eye out for Lady Asta's whereabouts.
Don't come any
Attack
closer!
boost. And then Wise Man Folly.
These are devils.
And then
I'll crush
Follow
them all.
Attack.
SAS Perkibi. Knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
Fail.
Not enough debuffs. Should have had bolt.
Test.
Word of Enchant. Oh.
Immortality means forever.
Leave it to me.
0 points.
I was not expecting that to not reach.
Answer me. A miracle.
Not a scratch.
Let's begin. Stand down.
Here we go.
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
I'm scared!
Stay put.
Protect me! Protect me!
Lance at the ready. Lance ablaze!
I saved
Lance
that for
forward!
after Dark Ratio ult.
Test. Fail.
Time for some hardship.
Really? That didn't count either?
Senseius Percipi. Knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
How many debuffs does Bolt do? Yes. I wonder if I can actually pull that up. So, Welt has this, his skill will deal just damage, and then it also slows, 68% base chance to slow. And then imprisonment is also a debuff. And then the slow from here is a debuff, but I think that they overlap. But then on top of that, he has this light cone, where if you attack something and they aren't ensnared, then there's a 70% base chance of getting ensnared, which is minus defense. So minus defense and also slow and imprisonment. So that by itself automatically makes Dr. Ratio go to 100% chance to hit his fall attack.
0 points.
There was an effect res there, so he doesn't have all the debuffs.
I'm asking questions.
But he's still at 80% though.
Give me strength.
I'm okay.
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all.
You know nothing of the weight behind this power. Witness the stars shatter before you. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Lance ablaze! Flaming lance! Forward! I'm on guard.
You can still walk away. Calm your body and mind.
Think.
I didn't have a skill point enough for that.
Leave it to me.
I'm on guard.
Answer me.
Still escaped. I blame Trailblazer for actually touching it. Probably like empowered it with my Stellaron or something.
Good work. You did very well.
Eh.
Rest assured, Asta only had a fright. She is recovering in the clinic. While you were chasing the enemy, the security department also found the missing researchers.
Oh, that's
Affirmation. They are all safe and sound. It was all thanks to Adler. They fell into a spatial curio and could not leave until the Department of Ecology's most knowledgeable curio expert solved it from within.
Nice. That's hilarious.
Many of them were shaken by their experience when Arlen found them, but they are otherwise fine. Yes, it is over.
No, it's not. What? The flame got away. Ifrit's still out there.
This business is over, and I believe the space station will be able to deal with any internal aftershocks. In Herta's stead, I thank you for your efforts, madam. But there is one mystery that remains unsolved.
Why do they choose now?
And that is something I must deal with myself.
Hold on, did I just hear Skrillum laugh?
And that is something I must deal with myself.
Indeed, it seems like the Annihilation Gang isn't just about mindless violence, as rumors suggest. That's what I was saying. Like, they're always so organized. Like, they're more like unrest and like dissent, and like they're very good at what they do. I know they're supposed to be the bad guys, but you know, you gotta admire them a little bit. Yeah, it didn't. Usually it says that they left the group. I think they're just being silent on here.
I've been waiting.
Fallout from this incident remains. Surely you have plenty of pressing matters to attend to. Or is the safety of the space station beneath your concern?
What? Dr. Ratio from the IPC
That is exactly why I came.
Behind it.
After all, the
along?
principal figure in this whole affair is right here.
When did you start to doubt me?
When one is immersed in academic research, skepticism comes far more naturally than belief. I've had the same bad habit as you since the beginning, Mr. Ratio.
Wow, not even calling him doctor?
I must say, I'm quite honored, Mr. Screwlum. But do explain, why opt for silent wisdom when you already had the pieces of the puzzle?
For curiosity's sake. Affirmation. I made the same decision as you, to accompany and observe.
Oh, and when did you become convinced?
Objectively speaking, aside from some minor spiritual trauma, no researchers were hurt in this attack, which never aligned with the Annihilation Gang's modus operandi. Logic? A third party saved them.
So is he a good guy or a bad guy then?
Had I not fortuitously acquired a spark of the phase flame and intervened in Duke Inferno's teleportation, those people would already be space waste, floating past the windows here.
I did think that. If you did have the ability to teleport, why would you teleport them to somewhere safely within the space station? Right? Why wouldn't you just teleport them right outside the space station where they would die in the void of space?
You are more candid than I calculated.
But still behaving within your calculations, no? One last question, Screwlum. Genius though you are, can you deduce why I did this?
I cannot be sure and can only hypothesize. Helping the weak hints at the merciful instinct of a medical doctor, but maintaining a cool, detached observation reveals the strictness of a scholar. And pulling the strings from behind the curtain is akin to laying down the gauntlet to a genius.
He did it just to mess with Herta?
The ruler of planet Screwlum is indeed well versed in the human mind. It's a pity you're as much in the ivory tower as other geniuses. You still got one thing wrong. To stand aside and observe is the best treatment one can give. There is a disease called foolishness that is harder to cure than any ailment. The path of erudition has neither reason nor logic. While geniuses wander among the stars, The ordinary can't even trace their footsteps. Those less gifted have no choice but to walk alone, enduring a lifetime of tumbles and triumphs. But even a life marked by failure is a life worth living. It is only in moments of solitude and despair, when help is absent, that fools grasp how to pick themselves up. I have a fastidious nature. I cannot stand fools, idiots, or imbeciles. Seeing them fills me with dread. Regrettably, this space station is just like the Intelligentsia Guild, devoid of geniuses and filled with mediocrity.
You wish to uproot the researchers' blind worship of geniuses.
I am only laying out my questions. As for the answers, they'll find them themselves. Pursuit tinged with negativity is still pursuit, and it is capable of leading us to the right conclusion. For the masses of the mediocre to reach a level of awareness, this is a necessary rite of passage.
You are indeed more like a medical doctor than a scholar.
As for the spark I leave behind,
I believe Asta will deal with it properly.
It is also a lesson I left for her. With that, I take my leave. I look forward to future encounters with such brilliant minds. Let's hope they're as memorable as those we had today. A farce full of trivial concerns. Ultimately, they're just mediocre minds.
He figured out how to get past the space station somehow. I thought they'd be closed off. Dr. Ratio, now visit me on the Express. I heard about what you did. Nice work. Wow, I heard her actually praising us. Oh, Herda, never change.
Not a scratch. What a headache.
Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
Time to twirl! I'm gonna hold everyone back again! Protect me! Protect me! Don't mess with me! Who's next? Oh dear!
One more turn.
Hey!
Stay put. Get them.
Lance at the ready.
What a headache. I'll end your misery. Time to twirl! I'll free you from your chain. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Okay, that's how you feel out. One turn, get them all out. I mean, it took me 3 turns to get the 4 turns in a row, but...
Who's next? Time to twirl! Give me strength!
I'm on guard.
It's not quite enough to get there. I could freeze this one, but it doesn't really matter. I'm not used to it either way.
Don't mess with me.
Oh, barely doesn't.
What are you looking at? Time to twirl! I can do this! What a headache. I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Time to twirl! I'll end your misery. Time to twirl! I'll end your misery.
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
So I watched the 2.0 presentation today, and apparently this new character that's coming out, Sparkle, is kind of going to be like AoE Bronya. So Bronya has the ability to take one character and push their turn forward to right now. And it seems that Sparkle's ability is going to push the whole team forward some amount that's not 100%. So if you had like a team that had Bronya and Sparkle and Seela, you could probably just take like 10 turns in a row, imagine. Like you would, you know, ult, and then resurgence, and then take your turn, resurgence, and then you could, you know, Bronya skill advance, and then do skill resurgence, and then you could do Sparkle skill advance or ultimate advance. I don't know exactly which one does which, and then do it all over again. It'd be pretty wild. Alright, let's find something to do now. Let's start with the warp. We are really, really, really close to getting Kafka. In fact, I think that it's guaranteed in this pull. But we're going to basically pull until we get Kafka right now, I think, right? Because if you look at our records, so it's 5 per page. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it's been 60 pulls since my last 5-star. I guess it's not technically guaranteed. It's just like going to start getting pretty guaranteed soon. So it's not with this one. We'll do another 5. We'll start doing pulling. We'll start doing single pulls, which I normally don't do. I don't know what this one is, but I'm gonna check it out afterwards. Nice. E1 hook. That's a good pull. I actually started building hook recently. Nihility. For every debuff the target has, damage dealt by the wearer increases to 12%, stacking up to 3 times. That also applies to DOT. That could be my Kafka cone. No, because I can only get erode and shock and weakness break shock. I guess that is 3, but we'll see. I'll have to see what I can come up with. Not this one. I'm gonna have to start dipping into my, but the battle isn't over yet. Embers. Still nothing good. That's actually my first time seeing the blue door because I've never seen it before. Because I've only ever done 10 pulls up until now. Still nothing. I think that oh man, I'm gonna have to dip into my bet the battle isn't over currency. And it was a 4-star too. I got another Natasha. I don't even think. Am I East? No, I'm E5 with Natasha. Five more days for this, and then the battle pass. Okay, still 9 more days, I guess. I think I get 5 per month. 9 days from now. What's 9 days from now? That's the 4th. I'll technically be able to do it. It's kind of getting close though. Because I'd have to then stream on Saturday, the 3rd, in order to get the polls out. Nothing here. I was like 40 away, saved. Just make sure that I stay on the right banner. Otherwise it looks disastrous. No, don't do it. It's okay. I'm not that worried about it because but the battle isn't over will always be there. Kafka will eventually get a rerun, but like not anytime soon. So I'm okay with using it as currency now. Especially since the only thing that is worth using is either the light cone itself or going for more pulls. So if we have 500 and it takes 20 each, then we have 25 pulls, and it's technically guaranteed within that because once I get to 90, I have to get it. And I'm past 75 now. Oh, this is it. This is Kafka. That wasn't so bad. We were in the hole by 60. Very nice. I'm just not realizing that that's actually Blade in her character portrait. Finally, more DPS. Alright. So this is very, very good for me because, as I've said multiple times, I have a lot of supports built and not nearly enough damage. Like I have Natasha, I've got Yukong, I've got Bronya, March 7th, Gepard. Like Welt is somewhat DPS, but it's mostly like support, like slowing enemies and imprisoning them. So my 3 actual damage dealers right now are Herta, Serval, and Sela. So I'm like half building Hook and, you know, started building Shui Yi, but she doesn't really have anybody to complement her as far as her kit is concerned. But now I'll be able to work on Kafka, and then Kafka will work very well with Serval, and then they can just dot kill everything. So 16% damage. For this, or 36 damage. Well, it's usually going to be 12% damage, and every other turn it'll be 24 damage, and when the enemy's weakness broken, then it'll be 36 damage. That's useless. That's useless on me, but that's like not that bad for Welt. And that's also not that great either. So most of these are useless to me. I think that this is going to have the most uptime. Because I think that I'll be able to get this usually to be 24% damage, or in this case it'll be 30% damage. What just happened? There you go. You had ratio and you built into level 3. I started doing this thing where I just kind of put him on a team while I'm farming for materials, so that he just gets like passive experience points. And he basically like gains a level every single time I fight anything ever. So, you know, he's fine. Look at all the stats that you get for just like having relics. Like, he has level 3 of everything, and he's level 3 himself. And then, like, Kafka's, like, so much weaker. HP, attack speed, break effect. Yeah, I did actually save that, so that means that it was worth something. Attack, I didn't save this, so I didn't think that it would amount to much. Do I have another lightning set that I did save? I have this one. Crit rate and effect hit rate. I'll probably actually go for that one instead, right? No, effect hit rate and attack percent, so it's actually... Why did I not like this one? Did I just not see it? Or I think I was blinded by the crit rate. And I was like, oh, this is good. I was probably also the fact that this defense, flat defense, is probably going to be the thing that gets upgraded every time. So now I have another project to work on, which is good. So dots can't crit. But the erosion can crit. I know that crit Kafka is a meme build. Like, you can, like, if you build Kafka, people call it like crit fire or something like that. Then that's like the second best build that you can make for Kafka. It also has an effect hit rate as well, so I'm just gonna go for this right now. Attack percent, HP. Yeah, those flat stats are so bad. I'm not going to bother leveling that up. This is fine. And then defense boots. Can I do better than defense boots? No, I can't do better than defense boots. And then he just randomly gave me that. It would be nice if I could get... This wouldn't be that bad, actually, because if I mostly am using her on a Serval team, then she's basically just increasing Serval's damage. But what else can I go for? Break effect. Effect hit rate. Do I have any lightning damage? Main stats. Let's go with either attack or... The speed is not... There's no such thing as a speed orb. No, I don't. Nothing that is useful for me here. Can't get up to 120 speed, so that's fine. Guess this is good for now. Level 3 relics. Well, I looked at them and I was like, hey, I wonder if these will be any good. And as it turns out, no, they would not be any good. Also, I ran out of materials, I think. Yeah, I had literally 0 materials to work with, and just had to do a couple of missions to get more stuff. But ratio's not next in line anyway for any of that. Next up is Hook. More damage.
Ready to find the next treasure.
With this strength, I can save more lives.
Now, do I remember what the 4 stars? No, I don't know what the 4 stars are going to be for 2.0 for the next banner. I guess I could have done those. I think I actually have enough for another thing now, because it's every 160, right? Nope, still not enough. So we're actually doing pretty good. We're kind of working backwards through everything, because like I already did Argenti's quest, and I did Ruan Mei's quest, and now I just did Dr. Ratio's quest. So then we would then do Gwenithan's quest, followed by Hoho's quest, and then Future Market. I kind of like that strategy, because that means that we'll do Future Market and then immediately jump into 2.0, which is kind of how the game expects you to do it. Alright, we wanted to see the character showcase. This won't take very long.
For the theater of the mediocre.
Does a JoJo's pose.
For the theater of the mediocre.
Again.
For the theater of the mediocre.
And then we did the discus throw.
For the theater of the mediocre.
Another point.
For the theater of the mediocre.
There we go.
For the theater of the mediocre.
That seems to be a very
For the theater of the mediocre.
There you go, the muscles.
For the theater of the mediocre.
And the heart. I think that's all of them.
For the theater of the mediocre.
You learn to know yourself before your enemy.
Heart seems to be a pretty rare one. So because you start the battle off with him being slowed, that's already one.
Do we still have the upper hand?
And then
Inputting commands.
you hit him with the defense debuff. So that's 2, and then maybe even freeze him. No freeze this time. But 80%
Answer me.
Still.
Commencing support. Enemy data secure. Net markers activated. Time for good old counterattack.
This ends here. In the name of Landau, a will forged in ice never falters.
Just 0 points. SAS knowledge,
I
the
could
measure
wait
of
for him to
truth
recover
and
his
falsehood.
weakness bar there. But I like to do the extra damage because
That all?
Enemy targets detected.
damage it does more damage when the enemy is broken. I think the multiplier is 0.9 when they don't have weakness
0
break.
points.
So it's usually just better to break than not. Do I go for the damage? I don't have enough skill points to hit both this and also Pela's. And he's going to run out of the debuff this next turn.
Mediocre.
Hope you're prepared.
This is fine.
Your
because then
answers?
I get to. Oh.
Answer me.
We have the upper hand.
In the name of Landau, a will forged in ice never falters.
Should have just killed him whenever we can. I'm down to 1, so we will attack and then
Ready for another?
that's the defense production
Net
and the
markers
defense
activated. Time
production.
for good old counterattack.
Just
This and then the fall attack. And then do I give him a turn here?
SAS knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood. Is that all?
And then the follow-up attack just kills him here. Didn't even get to do the follow-up attack. So that took like 2 hours to do that one. Do I have another 2 hours to do another? I don't think I do. So we'll probably just end it here. Or we won't end it necessarily here, but we won't do Foxy and Tales of the Haunted, at least. Or maybe we could do Blizzard Immunity. That'll be a good one. There'll be a lot less fighting in this one.
Where to now?
I decided to start chronicling my teams over time. It's just to see like who replaced who. This is kind of my current team right now. And this is like theories for a second team. So like for Forgotten Hall, you need kind of 2 teams to be active. And so this is what I want to have my 2 teams as. But now that I have Kafka, I can actually do something differently here. Like I could do this, or maybe I could even do Hook here.
You won't beat Hook this time, Miss Seela.
Because then I have like 2 people that single target damage, and then 1 person that does AoE damage, and someone to keep them all alive. And then on this team, I'd have Kafka.
We meet again.
With Serval. And then someone to keep them alive. So you need like 2 people to keep them alive, because neither of these characters are that great at keeping people alive. But if I get a little bit better build on my Trailblazer here, because I'm still a little lacking. And in fact, I should actually replace some of the stuff that I got with the good stuff that I just pulled. So I actually didn't get anything good here, but this is, I mean, speed, I guess, is the only good thing here. Ideally, you would get some speed, some effect res, and defense percent. So this one is just strictly better than what I have, so I'll just equip that and maybe even level it up. And then HP percent is not for me, but this one's pretty good. Crit and speed. I mean, for now it would lower my defense by a lot, but let's enhance some of these that actually I have some faith in. So I have some faith in this one, because even if it's all defense percent up, then that's fine. Adds 1 stat. Effect hit rate, that's tragic. Adds another stat. Deep flat defense. Okay. That's not terrible. Flat defense went up. How tragic. Flat defense went up. Well then. How disastrous. But it's strictly better than what I had equipped before, so that's good. And more damage. On to this one. Add one stat. Something good, please. Break effect is fine. Oh, those are feet. Attack feet with speed. Yeah, sure. I'll give it a chance. Crit rate, okay, I like it. Well, it's actually not that great because my crit rate is so low that increasing my crit rate isn't actually going to help me very much. But, of course, I'm just going to only roll crit rate. Speed, alright, I'll take that for sure. Literally ran out of materials now. But that's like a lot of defense that I'm getting here. What's the thing that is really terrible? This is the one that's really terrible. Because it increases your crit rate for only the first attack. Like, who needs that? It ended up being not that bad. It's definitely better than what I had before. I compared the two. 20% more defense, less HP by 60, which is whatever, but 3% more each attack, which is probably better than what I had. Actually, the HP went down a good bit, but I don't scale anything off of HP, and I usually don't even take damage, so HP doesn't really matter too much. Better crit rate, better break effect. Yeah, just much, much better. And let me get that final stat as well. Speed, very nice. That was a pretty good level up there. Unfortunately, I went from a level 12 purple to a level 15 gold, which means that I didn't actually get that much bang for my buck for the upgrades. Obviously, it would be a lot better if I had upgraded one of my, like my +0 helmet into something, but I literally didn't get a good helmet drop, so, oh well. And eventually I'm going to swap over to probably more defense. Like this is, I think, would be the best thing. Increase my defense, and then my, I don't want hit rate. No, I want effect res. Well, I mean, this is fine as well. Like if I just get plus 15 defense, then that'd be good. But I could also get something that gives me maybe speed. I don't think there's such a thing. Yeah, I don't know what I would go for. My final speed is actually pretty decent though. 107. Let's give Kafka some passive experience, maybe. Take her along and power level her.
Are you hurt? Let me take a look. Can I talk to you for a moment? I have a favor to ask. Something rather personal. I want to thank you again for recovering the Wonder Medicine. It meant a lot to me. But disposing of Vash's reagents isn't enough to solve the medical supply shortage. Many of my patients can't be seen promptly, and my stock of medicine is running low. Thanks to you, the route to the overworld through the furnace core has reopened. I'd like to use it to return to the surface and see if I can get some help. Funny as always. Remember my adoptive parents I mentioned to you a while ago?
Yeah, the rich family.
After the reopening of the furnace core passage, I had an idea. I wrote a letter and asked Sampo to deliver it to my parents' old address. I didn't have high hopes, but amazingly, Sampo brought me my mother's reply.
Sampo being a gentleman, a rare occurrence. Sampo couldn't have forced it, could he?
That's exactly what I thought when I got her letter. Mom said they still live at the old house, but they're not working on the front lines anymore. They should still have some connections in the medical school and the hospital, though. If I'm lucky, maybe I can convince them to send extra medical supplies to the underworld. Of course, that's not the only reason for me to go back to the surface. I can't wait to visit my parents again. And I can tell from my mom's letter that they feel the same. If possible, I would like you to go with me. Wonderful. That's such a relief. I've sent another letter to my mom telling her to find us near Fountain Plaza. Don't worry, I know my way around the administrative district.
I feel as though it's actually appropriate for us to throw in Natasha.
Has that wound fully healed, Zila?
Are all my characters going to die? Probably. Did I get Natasha's light cone? I did. That is strictly better right now. And kind of always, probably. My daily free food. Did he just say no to me? Did I already use up all of my free foods?
So, ready to climb?
It's getting late. Where to now?
I've been so careful. I only ever get one per day, and I've never, like, gone more than that. I've been going once a day. That gives you a set amount in total. Okay.
This place doesn't seem to have changed much from what I remember. Oh, there you are. Sorry, I got distracted watching the crowds. Look at the busy flow of people. Life in the overworld carries on as usual, as if nothing has happened. We're a little early. I've got an idea. I want to buy my mom a gift. You're more of an overworld local than I am now. Any suggestions? Flowers, huh? That's a great idea. I've been underground for so long, I almost forgot what flowers smell like.
You're trying
Flowers
to
it
not
is
ask them for food 7
Can
times in a
you
row.
lead the way?
That's crazy. I didn't even notice that he was giving me different food each time. I kind of figured that if I asked him for free food a second time, then he would just be like, why are you being so greedy? I'm not giving you any free food ever again.
How do I know?
Eversummer? Was that always the name? Seems I was too young to get the irony back then. Sorry. I don't mean to sound cynical. Maybe it simply represents the people's hopes up here. Now that I think about it, sending flowers is quite the tradition in my family. Mom, Dad, Vash, and I, whenever something good happened, we sent each other flowers to celebrate. Do you want to hear a flower story?
Of course, yes.
Each year for their anniversary, my dad would send my mom a bouquet of ball peonies wrapped in red paper. I heard that ball peonies represent love that knows no end. It does fit their marriage. My father is a famous surgeon in Belobog. Because of his fame, people in medical circles paid great attention to his surgeries. He always had a lot of stress to deal with. Each time he finished a tricky operation, my mom and I would buy a single stem of sunshine and then pin it on the chest pocket of his apron. Sunshines represent warmth and love of light. For patients on the verge of death, my dad might have been the only light to penetrate the darkness around them. Vash. Out of everyone in my family, I think he probably appreciated flowers the least. Still, I remember the day he received his offer from the medical academy. My parents took me to the florist, and we bought him the most expensive marquee stem in the shop.
What is making that
When we
noise?
gave him the flower, he failed to hide his smile. You can't imagine how hard it was to get him to smile. As an orphan, I never knew my birthday. My adoptive parents took me to the overworld and made the day I joined the family my birthday. And each year on that day, my parents would give me a bouquet of first snow. The number of stems represented how many years had passed since I joined the family. I only found out later that first snow represents beautiful memories. My parents gave me a beautiful childhood, and I still haven't had the chance to thank them for that.
How do I know which ones to pick?
Oh, Artem, you're such a gentleman.
Do we go with her mother's actual favorite flower? I don't think we should, because that's like represents, you know, love eternal for like their marriage. Let's go with
first snow, is it? 1 second. I'll get it ready for you.
Beautiful memories, so that, you know, she can repay her parents for.
There you go. Sorry for the wait.
What's it called?
Hope to see you again soon.
All done? May I have a look? First snow. Thank you. It reminds me of carefree childhood days. Ah, those times were pure and innocent, just like these petals. I knew you'd pick the right flowers. Mom and Dad will be so happy. Let's go. My mom will be there soon. Best not to leave old folks waiting.
How do I know which ones to pick?
Come around and have a look.
Mom!
Nat? Nat, is that you? Oh, come here, my darling.
It's been too long, Mom. Too long.
Sorry. I don't usually get this emotional. How have you been, Mr. Oswell? Thank you so much for taking care of my parents these last 10 years.
I'm doing fine, Miss Natasha. Just fine. Look at you. You've blossomed into a fine young
At
woman.
first I thought that was the father, but it's actually
Such
the
a
butler.
pity that your father...
Oh, the father is dead. I should have gotten the
Dad,
father's.
I was wondering where he is. Is he...
It was 3 years ago, Nat. No need to be sad. He passed away very peacefully.
It was 3 years ago for Vanessa, but it's like right this second for Natasha.
I'm so sorry, Mom. I'm so sorry. For 10 years, I left you both in the overworld. Mr. Oswell, I'm sorry you had to bear all this weight.
Don't be, my dear. It is my honor to look after your parents.
It's not your fault that they sealed off the passage between the surface and the underground. Don't be so harsh on yourself, daughter.
Oh, Mom. I have so much to say to you. But, there's an urgent matter that needs your help. I apologize. I wish this were a happier reunion. But there are too many suffering with sickness in the underworld. You're the only person I can go to for help.
And there's also Bronya.
Oh, there's no need to apologize, my child. I've heard of your deeds down there, and I know you've saved many lives. Your father, he would be proud of you. We have many connections in the medical academy. No matter what you need, be it medicine or data, I should be able to get it for you. Be the doctor you always were, Nat. We have all the time in the world to catch up later.
It's all right. I was prepared. Although it still hurts to hear it from Mom. With her help, we'll be able to ease the Underworld's medical supply shortage. That's good news for patients who'd lost hope. I really wish I could spend the whole day talking to her about the old days. But sadly, now is not the time. Let's head back to the Underworld. We need to spread the good news.
Miss Natasha, one moment, please.
Mr. Oswell? I thought you headed back home with Mom. How come...
I apologize, Miss Natasha. As a matter of fact, there's something I have to tell you in person.
Something that Mom isn't supposed to know?
You haven't changed a bit. Smart and sensitive. The fact of the matter is, in the first 2 years after the passage was closed off, I received many letters from Master Vash.
What? Letters from Vash? Are you certain, Mr. Oswell?
Of course, miss. I recognized his handwriting. You'll see what I mean when you read the letters yourself. Actually, those letters were intended for your eyes only. The delivery address was the Underworld, but because of the sealing off of the passageway, the letters were sent back to your old house, to me.
I don't understand. Did you not show them to my parents?
I'm sorry, miss. I opened one of them out of curiosity. Master Vash stressed in the letter that your parents must not know what happened to him. That's why I put the letters in a secure place, waiting to hand them to you when we could meet again. I'm not sure if I did the right thing, Miss Natasha. I just didn't want your parents to feel that their son was so close and yet so far away.
Do you have the letters on you, Mr. Oswell? Let me take a look.
Of course, here. You can tell it's the young master's handwriting.
Oh, that's not good. That's like really, really not good. So, this is the second Natasha quest. She had a previous one where there was a mysterious group in the underworld that was treating patients with basically like a numbing kind of medicine that just took away the pain, which meant that the patients that had mild illnesses would just ignore it and then it would go away and it'd be fine, and the patients with serious illnesses would stop taking their regular medication treatments and like get way worse because they couldn't tell that the symptoms were getting worse on them, and so they would die. So that was kind of like the conclusion of that quest, where we found out that that was what was happening to the patients, and they were basically following the research of Vash, which is Natasha's brother, who is kind of known for like going to this prestigious university in the overworld and then coming into the underworld and experimenting on the people without them knowing about it. So once she figured out what he was up to, she had him exiled. But it seems like he continued his research in his exile.
The cold has revealed to me my arrogance. How can a child who grew up in warmth ever begin to comprehend a cure to bitter cold? Vash didn't give up on his research into blizzard immunity, even after he left the city. I live in abandoned houses under broken roofs and continue my experiments. One step after another, I've made breakthroughs. I'm trembling, not because of the cold, but because I can feel I'm getting closer to the answer I seek. If what's in here is true, then Vash must have built a lab somewhere in the snow plains, and even made progress in his research. But how can that be? There'd be no point in him lying to me in the letters. Still, it's possible he may have gone completely insane before he started writing them. I need to leave the city to recover my brother's research data. Are you willing to come with me?
I'm gonna have an underlevel team, but
Leave the city? You are taking too much risk, Miss Natasha.
You got it.
I know, Mr. Oswell. But I have a hero with me. She saved the underworld. I'm sure she'll protect me, right? Vash, it's been so many years. Are you still alone in the blizzard? Oh, ignore me. I'm just talking to myself. Let's go. It's time to face my past head-on.
Outlying snow plains. This gallery bearing real quick. Okay. We could fast travel, but I have to open up the map, and I think it's more fun just knowing the geography of the world and just going there.
Such harsh cold. It's hard to imagine anyone surviving in these conditions. Unless blizzard immunity is real. Let's hurry up. We need to find any clues that Vash may have left behind before both of us become ice sculptures.
Let's see how difficult the enemies are here.
So you are afraid of me. Time to twirl! I'll end your misery. What a headache. Time to twirl! I'll end your misery.
I have too many strong characters. I'm not supposed to have Herta.
A delicate operation.
Because I messed up my main team, and I was supposed to mess up my side team.
Has that wound fully healed, Zila?
There we go. Even weaker. But we still have Sila.
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Who's next? I'll end your misery.
I'm on guard.
What a headache.
Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
No problem.
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
Kafka jumps from level 1 to level 3. Just like Ratio did.
Here, this looks like lab equipment. Maybe Vash left it behind. Huh. Still, it's all just used test tubes, beakers, and other vessels. There's no sign of any sample reagents or lab notes for that matter. Oh, I know my brother. He's meticulous when it comes to medical experiments. There's no way he wouldn't document his results. I want to go deeper into the snow plains. Can you press on any further? Gosh, the temperature keeps getting lower, but we can't give up halfway. No need. Don't you underestimate the leader of Wildfire. Let's press on then. This may not sound like me, but I hope that deity the architects worship can grant us some luck.
This is a roundabout way of saying that you're broke. I mean, technically I am. But not because I'm out of materials, but I definitely don't have enough materials to upgrade characters from 60 to 70 or from 70 to 80. Like here's a level 70 character. Let's see, who else do I, oh, okay, so here's Herta, right? She's level 70 and she could go up to 80. And she actually could get up there and I would have 70 things left afterwards. But yeah, that uses up like almost all of my materials right there to just get that level up. And the next character to level up actually is going to be Hook, who's at 50. But getting a bunch of characters level 50 is actually not that bad. It's going from like 50 to 60, 60 to 70, 70 to 80. Like 70, 80 is really rough. And so I figure it doesn't harm anything to just let them level up naturally. It's actually pretty quick. Basically 20 battles will get them to level 20 probably. And then I don't have to use any materials. Oh, they're super dead here though. There's no way they get past the Silver Mane guard.
Citizens? Outside the walls? Hey, you two! Stop right there!
That's a Silvermane guard. Is he yelling at us?
Yeah, you're not allowed to be out here,
I'd almost forgotten. No one can leave Belobog without authorization. Looks like we need to talk our way out of this.
I'm the hero of Belobog. Let me through.
I can't say you
but
sound
take her back to the
suspicious.
village.
I can't just take your word for it either.
Captain, look at her necklace. Maybe she's telling the truth.
The necklace?
It's the same as Dr. Vash's.
Dr. Vash?
My brother does wear an identical necklace. Do you know him?
Are you really his sister? Dr. Vash saved a lot of my soldiers.
For real? Did he turn over a new leaf?
Saved your soldiers?
I turned them into Fragmentum monsters? Saved?
Take a look at the guards patrolling outside the city. All of them are risking their lives. Aside from the monster-related casualties, we lose men to frostbite every year. But thanks to the medicine the doctor leaves us, my soldiers are able to withstand the cold. They can make camps in the snow plains as footholds for our patrols. If it weren't for the doctor, we would have long since frozen to death.
Medicine. Blizzard immunity.
We don't know. Dr. Vash is elusive. My squad only met him once, and he didn't seem like the talkative type. He leaves the medicine at specific locations, and our patrols go there to collect it. The medicine is extremely potent. A small vial could keep someone warm for a week. Speaking of the doctor, it's been a long time since we last saw him. At least 2 or 3 years.
If it's been 2 to 3 years since you've seen him.
Well.
So
His
he really
medicine
did
is
have
still
a
being
breakthrough
made.
in the snow plains. Oh, did the medicine have any side effects for you?
Side effects? Not that I know of. If there were a problem, it'd be that we couldn't go back to the city until the effect had worn off.
Because you're so
Because
hot.
the city would be too hot for us. We'd break a sweat just sitting idle.
Thanks for the information. We're planning to head deeper into the snow plains to find my brother.
Seems like you've made up your mind. I'd really like to send some of my men with you, but we can't leave our posts. Here, take this medicine.
Oh.
If what you two told me is true, I'm sure you're more than capable of handling yourselves out there.
Thank you, Captain. We'll take it with us.
I mean, no side effects, may as well. They've been using it for like 10 years, 8 years. Although if the effects wear off after a week, then might not be so good for Natasha to take it right now.
What a headache. I'll free you from your chain. Disappear
By the
among
way,
the
this is
sea
how
of
I have to keep
butterflies.
my
Illusions
my
of the
weak
past.
allies alive by just killing them all before they get to take a turn. And then
Reach the
Kafka
end of
goes
the
from level
story
3 to level
in your
4.
own way.
I think that if you die, you actually don't get any experience points. And also, they get kept alive somewhat because I have Trailblazer, who's a preservation unit, so they naturally have a higher taunt score. But also, this light cone also gives them a higher taunt score as well. And if I get a turn as Trailblazer, then I can actually use my skill to literally just taunt everyone for 1 turn. And most enemies aren't fighting for 2 turns, that's kind of a lot.
So you are afraid of me.
Lance at the ready. Stand still.
Time for a shot.
Literally tickled him. This guy will probably kill Kafka. Not gonna lie, because when he uses the AoE attack.
Hold on. That's a big guy over there. Did you see that? There's something on the monster's back. Oh, the blizzard immunity. Shall we drink it? It's your call. I'm ready.
Drink.
Great. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Not so bad.
I'm on guard.
Relax. Naughty child. Nap time.
Stand still. Lance ablaze. Lance forward. It's time. Say bye to breathing.
Don't mess with me.
Good times never last. Time to say bye. Boom.
30 damage.
It's done. That was my first time seeing you in battle. You've got some moves, don't you? No wonder you were able to save the underworld. Let's have a look over there. My gut tells me we should find something connected to Vash. These are records of his experiments. It's Vash's handwriting. This must be the location of his final lab. Come have a look. His last experiment was nearly 2 years ago? What happened after that?
I think that was him.
Huh.
We just killed
His
him.
notes seem to suggest he was working to improve blizzard immunity.
Maybe the thing on his back was his necklace.
Where are you? What happened?
Please
Sorry.
don't cry out in the blizzard.
I needed to take a moment. After seeing the letters Mr. Oswald kept for me, I was hoping things might have ended differently. I shouldn't have asked you to come with me to such a dangerous place. I do. I can't forgive him for what he's done. Nor can I say I don't miss him. Maybe I should feel glad. The medicine might not have been what he wanted it to be, but it came to something. Maybe he found some inner peace.
Can we stop having this conversation? Out in the cold?
They'll remember him as a murderer, as someone whose evil experiments brought great harm to the innocent. Vash doesn't deserve to be remembered as a doctor. I know that very well. But maybe this blizzard immunity can now bring benefit to others, even if it was made by a monster. Human beings really are conflicted life forms. I'll take his records and data with me, and continue what he started. One day the world will see a perfect blizzard immunity. Before we leave, I'd like to ask for another favor. The last one, I promise. That should do. Hope it can withstand the snow. You're right. Let me think. Here lies Vash. My brother. That'll do. Thank you for helping me. I feel like a great weight has been lifted. So long, brother. Hope you don't forget Dad's teaching. A doctor does not get to choose his or her patient, my children. Remember, never say no to those who come to you for help. Never.
Natasha will join us in the express. Nice. I still don't trust it. I feel like that giant fragmentum monster may have been Vash. They didn't explicitly say so. How can he use research that he did by experimenting on human subjects, but ethically? Yeah, I mean, it seems to have some amount of success. I don't know where the soldiers have been getting the medicine from for the past 2 years, or if they've been getting it in the past 2 years.
It's getting late. Where to now?
Alright, off stream, I'm going to continue going through Aram Alley and doing all the mini games involved with that. And then I'll probably start doing Fantastic Beasts after that, or Fantastic Tales. No, Atrium Wars. Ethereum Wars. That's after Future Market. Tales of Fantastic is actually the last thing on here. Those rewards are... Actually, that's a lot of good rewards. That's a lot of stuff. Why does he give out so much destruction material? That's kind of suspicious. Am I liking the Aram Alley? I've been liking it. I think I'm more than halfway through it, maybe about halfway through it.
There's still more work to do on the Aram Alley River. The tourists say that they've been seeing a lot more side cranes on the streets recently. Take a look for yourself.
Yeah, so I just got through doing some like main story thing, and then we got more route advantage things to do. So this is maxed out, and then I need to unlock these things to get more shops and to get more side things. Or those are actually origins, I guess. And then, yeah, I'll just go from there. And I finished all of these things. And then the stacking I've done as well. I'm doing my best to maximize each of those. And I think that this was supposed to be our first introduction to debates. I kind of did the Ruan Mei mission where there was a debate section, but this was the mission that actually gave me a tutorial on how to do debates. So I ended up basically having already seen that kind of content before actually knowing fully what was going on. Which is somewhat the benefit of doing things in release order. In version 2.0, they're actually going to have a thing within the missions where you're able to actually see where on the timeline all the side quests are, and I'm very excited for that because I really love doing things like that. stack this crate however you want stresses me out because I never know that I have the absolute max. I didn't actually do that for a while because I just didn't know that, oops, accidentally triggered a cutscene somewhere. I think this is part of RM Alley. I was looking for crates to, or courier packages to go with. But basically, by the time I actually did the custom orders, I kind of realized that I kind of knew the best way to do everything because I had already done the more difficult stacking challenges, so I knew the patterns in which I should put things on. This was the thing that I was supposed to be doing, right? Yeah, I thought so. That's what I was actually looking for, was for collectible items and objects. And little yellow glowy things for me to interact with. There's something up here. There's two things up here. I got everything in this area now.
Aura Valley one day tour.
He's about me what's good longevity versus bad longevity. According to mortality is bad, but longevity medicines are apparently fine. I think that it's all based on the whatever the rules are set by the realm keeping commission. Because when there's a mission where someone from the Alchemy Commission gives you a longevity pill, and you have the option of taking it, and when you tell the Divine Foresight, no, it's not Divine Foresight, what is the name of that place? Oh, it actually was Divine Foresight. When you tell the seat of Divine Foresight, hey, I got this pill, then they don't immediately say like, oh, well, clearly that person did something illegal. They have to like take the pill from you and then run some tests on it. and then they discover that they had illegal materials in there that they should not have been giving out. So I think that in general, giving anything that prolongs lifespans to short-lived species is a no-no. And then there are certain things that you're allowed to do for yourselves, I guess. Oh, you had a pill to hand them? I ate the pill. Yeah, that is hilarious. So, like, nothing terrible happens. I'm sure you already know what happens when you actually take the pill. It is not a fun time for anyone involved. So yeah, now that I have Kafka, I could run Kafka Serval on the top team and Herta Herta Himiko on the bottom team. But obviously it's not going to help me just quite yet because I have like no power right now. Kind of need the heals up here. I'll just like hope for the best with Branya. Maybe I could just take so many turns that I don't actually need to worry about anything. And then I'll just like try to do so much damage over here that it just works. But then I don't have a healer anywhere. Yeah, I actually saw someone that was playing through and they took the pill and I was like, wait, what? They like clearly were not paying attention to the what was going on story-wise, because she was giving like, you know, real bad vibes. Alright, let's try this.
They can't see me! They can't see me!
Hey, knucklehead, look over here.
Stay.
Can't stop the run!
Here to crash the party?
Turn it up!
Let's begin.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it, or rock with it! What a headache. I'm scared.
Stay put.
This is not gonna work. We're definitely not doing that damage here.
Grasp of nature mastery. Immortality. Don't mess with me. I'll end your misery. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. I'll end your misery. Who's next?
take another turn. Oh, this is not good.
Keep up! Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it.
Leave it to me.
Wondering when I'm gonna go back to Metroid 2? I'm wondering the same thing.
You know nothing of the weight. Survive or be destroyed. There is
Like,
no
I'm
other
also
choice.
wondering, like, when am I going to actually get around to doing Final Fantasy 10 and 22? Because I've been planning to do that since like the beginning of the year.
Who's next? I'm gonna hold everyone back again. Protect me! Protect me! Don't mess with me. I'll end your misery.
Let's begin.
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Stand down. I'm fine.
I'm scared.
Stay put.
What a headache. I'll end your misery. Pretty good crowd today.
These are devils. I'll crush them all.
Keep up! I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Time for some hardship.
I'll end your misery. This song's for you. Turn it up.
You know nothing of the survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it.
Out of turns.
Practice target?
I'm with you.
I'm halfway
Show
to the
your
goal.
courage. Burn away. Upgrade configured.
Most of these are Ice Week, so let's go with Herta here.
You've got a lot of nerve. They sent you. Time for an overhaul. You won't get away.
Perhaps you still don't understand. Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Lend me your strength.
I don't have any healing on this team. Just realized.
Time to twirl. This big diamond, it's all yours. You won't get away. Time to twirl. You won't get away.
name of Lenda, a will forged in ice never falters!
We've entered the storm. To guard and defend! Crush them! There's always a weakness. What are you looking at? Hey! Time to twirl!
I have something for you.
Let's see if I can get this freeze off. Nope.
I'm still needed.
Honored to meet me.
Time for an overhaul.
If I use my ultimate here, then I won't have it for
Do
the
you know
next
who I am?
round,
This
but
big
I kind of
diamond!
need to use it right
It's
now.
all yours!
You won't get away.
Perhaps you still don't understand. Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
This ends here!
Tangrowth was one of the Pokemon that I did use, but
You
not one of
won't
my
get
favorites,
away.
though.
There's always a weakness. Lend me your strength. Hey! Time to twirl!
Oh, we did it. It's right under the finish line.
What are you looking at?
You won't get away.
Do you know who I am? This big diamond! It's all yours!
You won't get away.
Time to twirl!
They're just carrying me. Because I had to open. Another one with 0 stars. I have that action figure, the one with the hammer. You have a Herda action figure? Over 200 bucks? That probably sounds about right for, you know, something that is probably be as intricate as Herda. I didn't know that you were that interested in Star Rail. You said that you got a, or you found a pom-pom plushie, and you have a Herda figurine. Level 85. We struggled just to get past the what's it called? Guess you got me into it. It's a pretty good franchise. Haven't played it yet though. I think that I can replace the card with Trailblazer here. And I should probably swap Serval and Bronya, because if I take AoE damage, then that's not going to work out too well for me. And I think I should probably actually put Bronya at the end, because I'm pretty sure that my Himiko's just going to do more damage anyway. I could level this up a little bit, but it's fine. This is one of the reasons why it's like not that terrible to have HP boots or defense boots, because when you have these lower leveled characters that just need to survive long enough to get their thing off, because that thing could just be like a slow or a break, and like you don't actually need them to do that much damage. You just need them to apply their debuff and stay alive.
Upgrade configured.
Stay.
You'll see he's weak to ice.
Stay calm.
Oh wow, they take no damage.
Hey! I'm gonna hold everyone back again.
Herta did not spin because you only get the spin when an ally's attack puts the enemy below half HP. So with the Shatter, which is not an ally, puts the enemy below half HP, then you don't get the spin, which is very unfortunate for you.
Don't mess with me. Who's next? Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Time to twirl! Do you know who I am? This big diamond! It's all yours! Time to twirl!
Here stands the Silvermane Guard.
Leave it to me.
Just give it up.
You know nothing of the weight behind. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Honored to meet me. Who's next? I can do this! Protect me! Protect me!
Let's begin.
What a headache. Yeah. Hey! I'm gonna hold everyone back again!
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all.
So you are afraid of me. Time to twirl! I'll end your misery. Do you know who I am? This big diamond! It's all yours! I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Time to twirl!
No, I have not.
I'll end your misery. Who's next? Great.
You know nothing of the weight. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
So you are afraid of me.
I don't think that I have a console
I'll
that
end your
plays
misery.
Pal World. I think that it's like PC and I think it's just on PC right now.
I'm fine.
I need to like get a lot stronger for this load.
Stand down.
Don't mess with me. I'll end your misery. I'll free you from disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
We're actually kind of close.
Enemy situation has changed.
I don't know that we actually have the damage to even get 10,000 points here.
Will of preservation.
Show your courage.
Burn away. Can't stop the rock.
You won't get away.
Am I dead already? Okay, I'm not.
Here to crash the party? Turn it up.
Xiaoji will be the director and story writer. Piakane is the story writer for Honkai Impact 3rd Part 1 and is known for often killing characters in these stories. We've had like
You can fight
a
it.
death in every story
or
arc
rock with it.
so that wouldn't be that weird.
Lance at the ready. Time for an overhaul.
You won't get away.
There's always a weakness. Lend me your strength.
I have tried just stacking like all the strong characters on one
Perhaps
half.
you still don't understand. Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens. And I'm
That's how
no
I
exception.
cleared round 2. I was a lot weaker at that time, but you know, that is how I did clear that level. The 3rd level is much more difficult than the previous 2, so it definitely is better to just try to get to. We're so close to dying here.
We've entered the storm.
Let's see if I can get one buff
To guard
off
and
and then
defend.
die.
Crush them.
We only need like 5,000 here. I don't have enough. Well, I can actually
Lend me your strength.
Pretty
you
good
up
crowd
and
today.
then break this
Let's
one
rock.
here.
I'm on guard. Lance, forward! I have something for you.
Oh wait, no, we didn't. Not quite. No, there we go. Now we
You won't
need
get
it.
away.
Keep up. You can fight it or rock with it.
You won't get away.
There's always
Look
a
at the trailer.
weakness.
Firefly is always shown in the trailer, and then it slowly disappears. And Acheron is always shown as motionless, can cry. Yeah, this is a good time in the game for like the fan theories and
Lance at the
stuff
ready.
like that. We actually did pretty well here.
Time for an overhaul.
won't get away.
Perhaps you still... Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception. Time for the main
Can
event.
someone die while they're playable? Absolutely so.
Turn it up.
It's kind of one of the biggest
There's
memes
always a
in the
weakness.
game that there's a very playable character that is super dead. Or maybe not
I'm on
super
guard.
dead.
You won't get away.
I have something
Doing like
for
really
you.
well. We might actually get 1 star here.
Time for the main event.
Oh wait, no, never mind. We're on the last thing here. It's actually better for me to basic here and then skill Bronya
You'll pay for
into
this.
doing the final kill.
Lend me your strength.
Wow, we got a whole star? Ah, look at that. Somehow we did better on mission 4 than mission 1, or than mission 3. Not bad, not bad. What is that? Falsehood? Oh, that's for actually finishing the world. So I need to level up my traces on Himiko, especially her talent. I would like to get like some energy regen ropes for like Welt and for Kafka. I need to actually build my Kafka so I can have more AoE damage. And then I need some sort of way of staying alive for a couple of turns. Whether that be build my Trailblazer even more or figure something else out. It probably is. It's either build my Trailblazer so that they can stay alive a little bit longer, or build my DPS so that they can kill faster than they die, which I think is actually the correct way to do this mode. Oh wow. Cocolia, yeah, so Cocolia is like a very well designed character, but she died in the very early on in the story. And you know, all of 1.0 is come and gone and she's not playable yet. But Mikazuki says that, you know, in Honkai Impact, there's a character that died 6 years ago but became playable last year. So that's pretty cool. I wonder whether Cocolia would then be Destruction? Because at the end, she kind of, like, abandoned preservation and tried to destroy the whole world so that everyone could just, you know, be dead. I'm afraid of Himiko because Xiaoji said that Himiko will always die in every Honkai verse. I thought, I mean, I don't know because I never played Honkai Impact, but I thought that the end of Honkai Impact had Welt and Himiko walk through the portal and enter into Star Rail, right? Because if I look at Welt's characters details in this game, then a lot of this is referencing like walking through the portal at the end of his previous journey with his friend that came in with him. So like I said, I don't know because I haven't played any game other than Star Rail. Technically, I played about 2 hours of Genshin Impact. I was able to get a paraglider, and then I said, yeah, this game isn't very interesting to me, and stopped playing.
I think they just make things up.
New screen shaker for my phone. Looks brand new. I'll take care of that. It doesn't get break. Oops. No playable Genshin character has died so far. I guess technically that's not a Honkai game. It's like more of a spin-off, I suppose. Even newly released characters in Honkai Impact like Pardo died 3 days after the banner was released. That's hilarious. But yeah, just the whole concept of the fact that like you're using the Star Rail passes to like arrive people from wherever they're from kind of implies that it's not really your version, which is also why people like you can have someone like Sela, or you can have the fact that you can have Bronya fight Bronya, right? Or the fact that you can have Gepard fight Gepard.
Have you read the novel about the Ten Lords Commission?
Or how you can have characters that are like in chapter 3, but you pulled them when you're in chapter 1. There was a beautifully designed character, Signora, that everyone thought that she would become playable, but instead she died. It just means that she's not playable yet.
The Ambrosial Arbor. It's you.
Oh,
I have delivered the missive about the meeting. Do you have any questions, Master Dan Heng?
Accidentally triggered the Dan Heng and her Lune side
I know
quest.
all that I wish to know. Thank you, Miss Huanxi.
You need not address me as Miss. I am but one of Miss Bailu's maids. Then again, if I may be so bold as to make a humble request.
You can put Dan Heng and Dan Heng Destruction on the same team.
Go ahead.
That's
Before
interesting.
this goes ahead... Oh, who might this be? I'm sorry, but Xianzhou's street lamps aren't in the habit of eavesdropping on conversations.
She took that so literally.
I'm
I
speaking
love
with
it.
Master Dan Heng. I'm afraid this doesn't involve you. Please take your leave.
She is a close friend. I've invited her along to bear witness. Please, treat her as you would me. Now, what was your request?
Then I hope you don't plan on meeting with Miss Bailu. Bailu is simple and innocent, incapable of ill intent. It's natural for a servant to care for her master and share in her worries. Please, hear what I have to say. I have good reason to be concerned. Perhaps you should know that Miss Bailu's path to becoming a High Elder was neither in compliance with proper protocol, nor of her own volition. Everything was a result of the stubbornness of her predecessor, Dan Feng. His hubris and tyranny brought about the end of the Luofu's High Elder succession. The Preceptors heard of Master Dan Heng's return, and were uncertain whether it constituted good or ill fortune. However, many have surmised that the Luofu's High Elder succession tradition will soon be back in force. If true, that is indeed something worth celebrating.
Interested in that.
Whether we find another suitable candidate in accordance with the laws of our people, or have you take up the position anew, everything can still be mended. But if Master Dan Heng were to hand everything over to Miss Bailu, it could lead to great upheavals on the horizon. No good would come of it for her.
Okay, struggling with law food. I've been calling it law food though. Is it more like Lua or Lo?
Such a major matter as this is naturally up to the Preceptor Elders. I couldn't possibly say. I've been a maid here for 12 years now, and was with my mistress every day as she studied medicine and received tutelage. I've witnessed her countless escapes, and the inevitable, unwilling returns. As far as a Xianzhou is concerned, children like her enjoy a charmed and happy childhood. But as a high elder in nothing but name alone, Miss Bailu is highly restricted in her actions, and has no freedom or say about her own life. I can't bear it.
I think that
Your Highness,
generally
please
all the
think about this poor child.
speech has what's it called? Like I hear a lot of different pronunciations of a lot of different things. I think that I've heard a couple of different Dan Hungs. I think I've heard Vidyahara. And then there's like Ifrit versus Ifrit. What else have I seen? Let me think about it. The Xian show instead of the Xian show. Yeah, all sorts of things. Pinakani versus Pinakoni. What's that phrase for like in universe is like diagenic or something like that? I feel like maybe it's okay for different characters to just mispronounce things. Although it's weird for people like actually on the planet, or not on the planet, but like on the fleet or on the ship to mispronounce their own ship's name.
Miss Bailu is young, naive, and easily manipulated by others. I worry that under the pressure of others, she would be convinced into taking up too great a burden.
I understand your concern, but I have nothing more to say on the matter at present.
Then I will bid my farewell. Master Dan Hung, whether you choose to meet Miss Bailu or go with me to see the Preceptor Elders, I will be waiting for you by the ferry leading to Scale Gorge Waterscape.
I haven't even set eyes on Bailu, and people are already urging me not to meet her. You've been spending too much time with March. You know that I'm a descendant of the Luofu Vidyadhara. In Scale Gorge Waterscape, you witnessed my secret strength, as March would call it.
Yeah, Dan Hung says
Yet
Luofu.
that power stems from Dan Feng, my previous incarnation. He altered the process of High Elder succession, plunging everything into catastrophe. Ultimately, he suffered the punishment of molting rebirth. Based on the physiological principles of Vidyadhara reincarnation, I ought to have been an entirely new entity. And, in view of the law, all crimes from my previous incarnation should have been wiped clean. But in reality, I was locked up in the shackling prison at birth. Even after I was released and left the Xianzhou, my High Elder past and Dan Feng's enemies pursued me like a haunting shadow. Now, I plan to face that shadow. In order to make amends, I want to repair the Ambrosial Arbor's seal and visit the High Elder to see what more I can do. The start skiff is ready. Let's go.
That Stark's practically an execution to be forced into rebirth without your memories. It's actually like, just when he was talking then, it made me think very much of March 7th herself, actually. March 7th just awoke one day and suddenly she had no memories of her past self, right? So Dan Heng, or even every Vidyahara, is actually pretty similar. You're born and everyone recognizes you as someone that you aren't. The best example of this is this NPC here.
Oh, is that a stain? I like this coat.
He's this way. I chose the wrong warp point.
I'm planning on quitting my job.
So this one here.
Sorry, have we met?
She only has memories from a month ago. Because she actually only has a 30-day lifespan. So she has some sort of weird Vidyahara disease or something like that, where she just rebirths every 30 days. And according to her, so apparently she doesn't go into as much detail on the second time you talk to her, but the first time you talk to her, basically she has this idea that people will keep coming up to her in passing and will be like, oh yeah, like we were lovers just like last month or like a year ago or for X number of days or whatever, but she has no memory of that because she rebirthed. And I guess because the life cycle is just so quick, she just grows up very quickly because she dies in 30 days, so she probably goes through childhood very, very quickly. And so she's known as like the heartbreaker of the Sancho because, you know, she just keeps on falling in love and then dying and then not having memory that she fell in love or had a relationship at all. And so when you first approach her, she's like, oh, sorry, like, you know, if I've broken your heart or something like that, but I'm not the person that you think I am. But Dan Heng has a similar thing going on, right? Like, he's not Dan Feng, but most people here will probably treat him as such.
Have you made a delivery booking with us?
there's someone else who came up tonight with a 29-day lifespan. You mean like there's someone here on the Sand Show that has a 29-day lifespan? I mean, she could, maybe I could have gotten the day wrong. I thought it was 30 days. The one who invented the phase flame has a 29-day lifespan. Do I know the person who invented the
When
phase
it
flame?
first opened, the Petrichor Inn had another name.
I'm not sure that I do know. This one's an interesting story here. She's the Celestial, so to speak. She ran away, or she like was a mediocre alchemist here on the Sand Show, but she illegally went away to another planet and then like performed all sorts of miracles and even fought against an abomination of abundance while she was there. And so, because she came from the sky and because she knew all this fancy technology and like advanced the technology of the planet several centuries or millennia even too quickly, the locals there refer to her as a Celestial. And when she was eventually found by the Cloud Knights and brought back here, this kid snuck aboard the ship, and so now this is a short-lived species person that was taken up by that planet that came here following the Celestial around.
Song Lotus cake, guaranteed delicious.
I'm gonna have to find that NPC that invented the phase flame, though.
Did we get bamboozled?
Because that's an interesting one. I usually try my best to talk to every NPC, but sometimes they come, like, if I go back to some locations, there are NPCs there that weren't there before. Like, for example, in here, the Alchemy Commission. I haven't been back here since the story forced me to be in here. And now there's a whole bunch of NPCs and shiny spots for me to interact with.
Did you hear that your chief alchemist is
that I haven't done yet. And like shops that didn't used to be here as well.
The news is spreading pretty fast.
So that's like another minor thing that I do when I'm off stream. Is just like talk to all the NPCs and whatnot.
You say you're a realm-keeping commission officer?
Oh, right, that thing. The genius from earlier on in the stream. Yeah, I didn't really understand that because that was another one where, I mean, it might make sense if it was a Vidyahara, because they could possibly actually get old enough to become a genius within 29 days. Yeah, the courier packages. I think I may have gotten all of them from here at this point. No, I definitely haven't, because I remember that I was like in the area. Here's Bailu. Probably there's some quest that I could accidentally trigger.
Is that guy working today?
I don't actually need to carry Natasha with me anymore, I don't think. We already did her quest. Let's put her to back.
You better be good. My time.
Well, I know that I'm missing some. I don't know where exactly they are at the moment. But yeah, it's just another thing that I do alongside the adventure missions off stream.
Did you hear that your chief
And then
alchemist
of
is
course
inside
going
the
through
house?
traces. May as well do some of that right now. By the way, if you haven't done your relic farming, you get double for the first 3 that you do. It's going to be really painful to level up both Kafka and Welt at the same time. Because like every single material that I ever come up with is going to be like, well, should I give this to, you know, one person versus the other?
This big diamond, it's all yours.
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all!
Should, I mean, there's both ways about it.
Disappear
You
among
could
the sea of
use
butterflies.
your ultimate first,
Illusions
and
of
then
the
use
past. Time to twirl.
Ho-Ho to get yourself closer to the next ultimate, or you could use your Ho-Ho to power the next ultimate, because you're giving an attack boost, and you're also boosting their ultimate gauge. Ideally, everyone will be really close, but not quite at their ultimate. And then you would just kind of level up everyone at the same time.
It's all yours. Time to twirl. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Time to twirl. Time to twirl. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Time to twirl. Who's next? Time to twirl. Lance forward. Time to twirl. Time to twirl. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Time to twirl.
They actually didn't. Pleasant surprise.
This big diamond, it's all yours. Time to twirl.
Get them!
Time to twirl. Lance forward. Time to twirl. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Time to twirl.
Like, I feel like Sela does like 7,000 damage with the basic attack. She's scaling off of like 100% of her basic, of her attack stat. Right? But Ho-Ho is dealing 40% of her max HP, which is like 1,000 damage by itself, but she's only doing like 700.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Time to twirl.
Like, I'm guessing that the enemy's defense has some part to play in it. I probably don't have a wind damage orb attached. I'm guessing I don't.
Not a scratch. Lance forward.
I'm actually thinking that when I actually get around to farming her materials, I'm gonna go for HP percent body. Right now I have outgoing healing as the body piece. But if I go with HP instead, I think that I'll actually heal about as much more. It's hard to say because, you know, purple set versus gold sets. And at some point in time I'm gonna hit diminishing returns on stack your HP%.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies.
But since you
Illusions of the
heal
past.
based off of your max HP, as the scalars go up, then getting more HP means getting more healing. In the same way that outgoing healing means more healing.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies.
But in addition to
Illusions
the
of the
healing,
past.
which is also, like, I don't actually need that much healing. I'm kind of oversaturated on healing. Because I can fill up my carry's HP bar with one, like, I heal 3 people for their max HP bar, basically. It's not quite max, it's like 60% of their HP bar at once. Which is way more than any other healer does. Because Natasha is like 50% of the whole team with their ultimate.
Not a scratch.
But usually it's only like a quarter.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies.
HP bar with
Illusions
skill,
of the past.
healing over time. Meanwhile, Voho does
Who's next?
like maybe 20% of their health on their turn, and every time they use an ultimate for 2 whole turns just from using one skill.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies.
So I don't
Illusions of the
actually need
past.
as much healing as I have right now. But what I can work on is having more HP because I live in more scenarios, and also getting the extra damage from basic attacks, which I do have to do because you use a skill once every 2 turns, and it helps Voho be SP positive.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Alright, let's get some traces going. Oh wow, you need to get character ascended just to even start doing traces at all? I actually did not know that.
If destiny can't propel me forward, I'll be the one to push destiny.
Okay, so it's the skill that you want to detonate then. So you want to ultimate first and then skill, not the other way around here. So you shock everything with the boom. And then the DOT is 126% of her attack stat. But then you use your skill, and instead of waiting for the start of their turn, you explode them. I knew that that was kind of the mechanic, but I wasn't quite sure. And it's only the target enemy as well, so the enemies on either side of the skill don't actually do that. Well, defeated while shocked, and you gain 5 energy. Ultimate is used, now receive damage immediately from all currently... Okay, so actually you use both, actually. Oh, instead of... Okay, so... Now receive damage immediately from all currently applied DOT sources instead of just receiving damage immediately from the currently shocked state. Ultimate shocks them, so... You still skill first. So you skill first. No, actually you do both. Okay. So you could use either. You have another ally apply DOT. And then you hit them with ultimate to apply all of them. So you skill first then, because I think that erode is a different type of attack. Oh wow. May as well keep on going up, I guess. I have the materials. I can slow down the level up progression when I'm out of stuff to give her.
If destiny can't propel me forward, I'll be the one to push destiny. The path towards the future begins right here.
Effect hit rates, nice. So I'm missing a good bit here. So I get 1, 2, 3, 4, but then I don't have enough for this, and then I don't have enough for the one after that as well. And then I guess we use the leftovers on, well, I want to increase the base chance to slow, for sure. And I also would like to get the delay up. But I think it's better to have a higher chance of slow. The numbers are going to be like super small either way, and I'll have enough for 1, because it takes 7 to get up there. If I had 1 more, which I actually technically do. I do not technically have 1 more either. I thought I would. I did at least finish my Sela. Still got a lot on like everyone else though. 4% of my max HP, which is usually supposed to be 160, but it looks like actually it is just better to go without going healing. No, it's only 20% though at level 12. It's probably like maybe 30%. So that's like an extra 90 or something like that. But even if I increase my max HP by like a lot more, I'm only getting 3% of that change in number. Actually have HP percent sphere. What do I even want? Like, I don't know that I would even want speed, because you want the other characters to keep on just getting heals over and over again. Defense percent probably, flat HP, effect res, but like you don't even really need effect res either, because once you have your skill up, you just never take any effects. Could probably just go for straight healing, I'd imagine. Attack is like literally useless to me, because it's just all based on max HP damage, and my ultimate just gives their energy over and just increases their attack. So like maybe break effect, effect res. The game seems to think that speed is the way to go. So speed, effect res, HP. That's what the game wants me to go build for. That's very sad that my stuff is that low leveled. Need to really work on all my erudition. That way I could build Serval and Herda and Himiko all at the same time. I just like having such a long-term goal in this game. It's one of the beauties of something that's just this long and has this much to do, but also kind of time gates you. Like, you know, would it be as fun if you just had all the time in the world and could just farm non-stop? I don't think it would be, because you would just literally just keep on pressing plus on auto battle, and you would just get everything. You'd probably just set up a macro or something like that that just lets it go, and then come back 2 hours later and just build your character. You'd still need the credits, I suppose, so it wouldn't be completely free, but then you just go to the Calyrex credits thing, and you would just farm that on repeat. So you kinda need to be time gated a little bit. Yeah, let's stop before we reach the 5-hour mark. Hopefully you've enjoyed the back end where I've just been rambling about character builds for like 3 hours. But tomorrow we're gonna play some Pokemon Unite.
Someone help me!
On Sunday we're gonna do Tactics Ogre like we always do. And I need to figure out when I'm going to play Final Fantasy and Metroid, because those are two games that are like on the list, and we started Metroid 2 even, but haven't really played it. And like I want to finish Final Fantasy X so we can go on to Final Fantasy X-2, because once we're done with that, then we get to go back to the beginning with Final Fantasy 1, which I'm very excited for. Doing some of the shorter Final Fantasies. But Star Rail is just too addicting, so we just play that instead every single day. That's enough for me. As I mentioned, tomorrow Unite, Sunday Tactics Ogre, and then everything else is up in the air. Ideally, we would be playing like Metroid on Monday and Final Fantasy on Wednesday, but more than likely, I'm just gonna play Star Rail every chance I get instead. But we'll see how things go. If you enjoyed the stream, be sure to leave a like. If you want to see more from me, be sure to subscribe. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Take care and goodbye.